1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 khona baba kunjani you right sure Honorable members, Deputy Minister, members of the SIU team, I think the Auditor General is also here. My former colleagues in the Fourth Estate. It's a very good morning to you too. And we reconvene again after the constituency period. I'm just going to do a short introduction of the purpose of today. And firstly, to thank our guests for being here, for taking the time to have this discussion with us. What we intend to do as a committee, because SCOPA is usually we're seen as the cop of parliament, and in some ways we are, but in reality though, we are here to help to reach the same outcomes as I hope the rest of the administration, which is to reach an outcome where we have a professional and ethical state that the South African people can trust and believe in the promise of democracy as a result. And therefore, even as we inquire, we like to take an outcomes-driven approach so that within reason, things happen as quickly as possible, and the quality of the outcome is something that all of us can be proud of. And I often say that my hope is that at some point in the future, SCOPA hearings will be very boring. Nobody wants to be here because there are no fireworks. Because the state as a whole has improved to the extent where there are very few issues. We've asked the presidency to present today on progress and the active monitoring of the SIU investigations. For the members of the public who might see this later, all special investigating unit investigations are proclaimed by the president. And the process is that an application is made for a proclamation, it's considered by the presidency, and then if it meets the requirements of the legislation, it is then proclaimed and an investigation commences. What is important though, as I hear the term very often here in Parliament, it's called consequence management. You can't manage that which you do not measure. So it is very important that we always know how far we are with the investigations that have taken place, even those that have subsequently closed. There are administrative and other processes that must take place. In some instances, criminal cases, in some instances, sort of a disciplinary action and so on that takes place across all the spheres of government. And the role of Parliament is to make sure that we monitor and are as helpful as possible in getting to those outcomes so that the state improves. And the last thing is, which is a conversation I hope we can have, is also about systemic improvements. In other words, we learn all of these lessons about what happened. How are we making sure that a special investigating unit investigation does not become necessary in the future, because we've put the safeguards in place to make sure that these things do not happen. So it is in that vein that at this early point we have invited the presidency to come here. And Deputy Minister, I'm really grateful that you are here. And ours is going to be an ongoing conversation. We're going to have regular check-ins with one another, not because we do not trust you, but the regular check-ins are to say, how are you doing and how can we help you? There will be problems, of course, if it appears that you don't want our help, even though it's needed. Then we will help you. We will insist on assisting you anyway. But thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to you to introduce your team and to go through the presentation, and then we will have an engagement thereafter. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself. Good morning to members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Let me first and foremost convey our appreciations to yourself for having invited us to appear before the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The Special Investigation Unit was established through a presidential proclamation in terms of Special Investigation Unit and Special Tribunal Act number 74 of 1996. In terms of the Act, investigating powers of the SIU are conferred through presidential proclamation. Thus, the SIU only has powers to investigate those matters covered by the presidential proclamation. The SIU submits motivations for a proclamation to the President via the Minister of Justice based on allegations received. Once the proclamation is gazetted, the SIU is authorized to investigate based on the terms set out in the proclamation. Since late 2021, SCOPA has taken an active and keen interest in the progress on the implementation of the reports of SIU. This has focused on both the specific recommendations of the report as well as the presidency system for tracking progress on implementation. Since the start of the sixth administration, the presidency has taken steps to improve accountability for implementations of the recommendations in SIU reports. The presidency had to deal with a large backlog of reports going back to 2021. The presidency's legal and executive support service unit has been tasked with dealing with legal issues for issuing the reports, the keeping of records, receiving and processing new reports from the SIU. A tracking system has been developed to digitize the issuing and monitoring of proclamation, investigation reports, and monitoring of recommendations. The minister tabled a progress report on processing reports from the SIU to SCOPA on the 20th of February 2024. We received a letter dated the 24th of October 2024 requesting the minister to appear on the 13th of November today, 2024, to brief the committee on the progress of SIU reports, details of matters that are still outstanding, and where it is envisaged that these will be concluded. The formal process of prohibiting an individual from holding public office or being involved in government contracts due to proven involvement in corrupt activities. The report takes the opportunity to communicate more broadly the leadership role the presidency is taking in relation to the fight against corruption. The SIU is a tool at the disposal of the president to investigate acts of corruption and forms part of a programmatic response in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, including support to the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council and oversight of the 60 actions contained in the President's response recommendations of the State Capture Commission. Today I'm joined by the Chief Operating Officer in the Presidency, Mr. Rory Galcha, and the Head of SIU, Mr. Mutibi. These two esteemed gentlemen are also joined by their respective teams. I am sure that you have received the apology from the Minister, who is unable to join us because of prior engagements. I'm here representing the Presidency, and I initially said to you, congratulations on your appointment, Chairperson. We hope to work with you in making sure that we build a capable and ethical state. With these few words, let me take the opportunity to hand over to our CEO, Mr. Galcha, to lead the technical report. Thank you much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. And thank you to the chairperson of SCOPA as well, and good morning to all of the members of SCOPA. For the committee's benefit, the letter that the Deputy Minister has referred to, that was received by the Minister in Presidency on the 24th of October, gives rise to the presentation that's going to be made by the Presidency and supported by our subject matter experts in the SIU this morning. What the Presidency wants to, though, emphasize is that in the preparations of this morning's presentation, the presentation that's going to be delivered to the committee, of course, happens within the broader context of the overall fight back against the threat and risk of corruption in the Republic of South Africa. So the executive and government, and led by the President and the Presidency, has got a comprehensive program to deal with the risk of corruption. This is all happening, Mr. Chairman, within the context of the third strategic priority of the seventh administration, which is to establish a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So, Mr. Chairperson, before I hand over to the technical colleagues, there is, in order to deliver this, a governance arrangement that has been set up by the Presidency to coordinate, because I think, as Scopa is well aware, one of the biggest challenges in government is to make sure that we coordinate the affairs of all programs and all priorities of government across all departments. And so therefore, the Director General in the Presidency chairs the Steering Committee of Directors General that oversees this. And then as the Chief Operating Officer, I then chair the technical task team that deals with these matters, of which this part is a part. But colleagues from various departments, DMRE, Home Affairs, DPE, the SIU itself, the NPA, are all contributors to that coordination. So the subject matter experts have prepared this presentation in line with the contents of the letter that you sent to the Minister in the Presidency. And this presentation will be delivered by the project lead who is supporting the Presidency in this work, Jonathan Tim, who has appeared in front of this committee in the past. It's a fairly detailed presentation, Mr. Chairperson. It's a 26-page presentation. We hope it's not too long. We do believe that it responds to most of the questions in your letter. So without any further waste of time, and with your permission, Chairperson, the presentation will be led by the subject matter expert, Jonathan Tim, on my right. Thank you.
Thank you. We normally get in the order of 65 slides here. So thank you for giving us, did you say 30 slides? Thank you very much.
Thank you, COO, and good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the honourable members of the committee, Deputy Minister, and all head of unit, and all other colleagues here. So I think a lot of what is contained in this first slide has been covered in the introductory input, but I think it's worth just maybe covering the elements of the work that the Presidency is leading in the seventh administration. The fight against corruption and state capture is core to the strategic priority number 3. So, as denoted in the term ethical state. The Presidency is leading efforts to strengthen state capacity to detect, investigate, and prosecute corruption. And I think it's important to emphasize the state capacity part. The Presidency is not involved in any of the investigations themselves, but the role of state capacity is critical here. So, on the preventative side, the reform agenda is really the heart of the Presidency's focus to address systemic corruption. So this work includes strengthening systems and oversight on recommendations of the Special Investigating Unit, which we're going to focus on today. But it also includes coordinating and oversight of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy 2020-2030, support to the NACAC, the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, which was appointed by the President for a 3-year term. It's an interim structure to take forward the recommendation in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy to establish an independent anti-corruption agency. As mentioned, the implementation, coordination, and monitoring of the President's response to the State Capture Commission, supporting the capacitation of anti-corruption, investigative, and prosecution agencies through the Joint Initiative on Crime and Corruption. That creates an interface for leveraging the capacities within the private sector, particularly around the digital and forensic capabilities. And then work with the bodies such as the Auditor General of South Africa and the Office of the Public Service Commission on targeted anti-corruption reforms. So we'll now move to a report that focuses on the proclamations and the reports of the Special Investigating Unit. So the SIU is established, as mentioned already, by presidential proclamation under the Act. It's interesting to note, in fact, that the Special Investigating Unit is one of potentially many that the President could establish, but it has really emerged as one of the key institutions and organizations in the anti-corruption effort. It evolved into a significant part of the anti-corruption architecture. In terms of the Act, as you mentioned, Chair, the powers of the SIU are conferred through presidential proclamation. So the SIU is only empowered legally to investigate matters covered in a presidential proclamation. In terms of the process, the SIU submits motivations for a proclamation to the President via the Minister of Justice based on allegations received through a range of sources. Once the proclamation is gazetted, the SIU is authorized to investigate based on the terms set out in the proclamation. In terms of the Act, the SIU is required to submit reports on its investigation to the President, and these reports contain recommendations for consequence management, as well as findings. Given that the SIU can only refer matters and cannot enforce its recommendations, the Presidency has an important role to play to ensure that action is taken by the responsible authorities. And I think this, the attention that SCOPA has given to this process is also a very important component of this accountability. And in order to give this accountability mechanism more power, it's necessary to have this tracking and monitoring capability in order to reduce corruption, but also to move towards an ultimate goal of eliminating corruption in the public and private sector. So in terms of an analysis of proclamations issued since 2001, in fact, on Friday, the government gazetted 6 additional proclamations. So I'm going to just add to the numbers here. So it's in adding the 6 that were proclaimed on the 8th of November, we have 282 presidential proclamations authorizing SIU investigations since 2001. It's significant to note that in the region of 50% of these proclamations, and now if we add the 6, we have 142 proclamations, have been issued by President Ramaphosa. So it's clear that this instrument available to the President has really been significantly leveraged by the current president. This calendar year has seen the largest number of SIU proclamations issued, again 39, with 25 proclamations issued since the start of the 7th administration. In terms of the spread across different spheres, you can see that there's a pretty equal spread between the 3 spheres of government: national government, 77 proclamations; provincial government, 96 proclamations; local government, 80 proclamations, and then a smaller number covering state-owned entities, 23. We have active investigations or proclamations enabling investigations. 26 proclamations at the national level, 11 in the Eastern Cape, 7 in KwaZulu-Natal, 7 in Free State, 5 in Gauteng Province, 5 in Limpopo, 4 in Northwest, 3 in Mpumalanga, 3 in Northern Cape, and 2 in Western Cape. I think it's important to remember that given that President empowers the SIU to investigate, the number of proclamations doesn't necessarily translate into the scale of the investigation. A case in point is the COVID-19 investigation, one proclamation, but covered huge amounts of state procurement across the country. But just by way of giving a sense of work being done and the scale and scope, these 3 presentations present summary details of the proclamations issued in the 7th administration. We'd already submitted the present report to the committee, so it doesn't include the latest 6, but I will just talk to them. We have indicated with an asterisk and red investigations that arise from and are linked to the work of the State Capture Commission. So you can see the Proclamation 178 of 2024, Eskom Holdings, that is linked to recommendations and findings of the Commission. Similarly, the Transnet, the Proclamation 184 relating to Transnet, and R106 relating to what is popularly known as the New Age breakfast briefings have also been proclaimed. In addition to these 19, proclamations have been issued on Friday the 8th for investigations into Tshwane Metro, Alfred and Zor District Municipality, Gauteng Department of Health, the Vaal, it's the Vaal, Chair, I forget the actual term, but it's a tertiary institution, Vaal, and then an amendment to the Chris Hani, a proclamation for investigating the Chris Hani District Municipality, Mahikeng Local Municipality, as well as Sasria. And then in terms of the reports that the President receives from the SIU, Presidency has received and issued 166 investigation reports to the affected organs of state. Now, the report is issued to the President in terms of the Act. It was the decision of the President in 2018 to issue those reports to the affected organs of state. The SIU, in terms of its process, issues recommendations directly to the organs of state that are investigating, but prior to 2018, the Presidency had not issued the complete report to the organ of state. So this is a new development in 2018, issuing all the reports issued since 2001. As part of this oversight role, we have developed a tracking system working very closely with the SIU and other actors in the accountability value chain. So we look at 4 categories of recommendations that are made by the SIU, and each of these categories of recommendations has its own business processes and value chain. So the recommendations of the SIU are a very interesting insight or way to track performance of the state. We have criminal recommendations, and these are referred directly to the NPA by the SIU. The NPA then works with the DPCI to investigate and make a determination on decision to prosecute. Presidency has been working to enhance the interface between the SIU and NPA as part of the work that we've been involved to ensure that results are achieved across a complex business process. In terms of the disciplinary recommendations, the SIU refers recommendations to discipline public officials to the responsible executive or accounting authority, accounting officer. These administrative or non-criminal recommendations are also reported to the Presidency, and the Presidency works together with the SIU to ensure that action is taken, making sure that the accounting officers act on these. And then there's the third category is administrative referrals. It's quite a large category of referrals. Importantly, an important subcomponent of this is recommendations for restrictions on companies doing business with the state. But it does include referrals to regulators, other oversight bodies, Competition Commission, health regulators, professional bodies, etc. We are also tracking these recommendations. The final category of recommendations are systemic, which when the SIU detects challenges within the control environment, issues recommendations to departments to address those. So, in terms of the recommendations, the status of recommendations that Presidency is tracking, and you'll notice that we have separated out PPE recommendations, and I'll get to that now, Chair. The table below indicates the status of specific recommendations in the different categories, excluding criminal, that we are tracking across the affected public entities and departments. The civil recoveries is a process that is really effectively an in-house process to SIU and the Special Tribunal. But it's interesting to note the impact of the establishment of a special tribunal to fast-track recoveries for the SIU. So it falls under the same act. President Ramaphosa established the special tribunal in 2019 to fast-track recoveries from of public funds by the SIU. The SIU had previously relied on applications in the High Court. And the data that we present here, I think, indicates the significant impact of having a dedicated court for this. And I think that the lessons can be applied to other priority issues, I think, in terms of an end-to-end process. So you can see the Special Tribunal was established in 2019, and you can see the charts respond to that. The cumulative amount of recoveries in the chart on the bottom right shows this big uptick in civil recoveries from to a cumulative amount of over 5 billion in March 2024. We've taken, in building this capability to track each and every recommendation across its full life cycle in the public service, we've taken, and to automate this, we've taken a subset of recommendations in the COVID-19 procurement investigations, the PPE, as it was commonly known. And we've looked at this and used this subset of recommendations to develop the system that is that we'll talk to now. It It was the largest investigation by an order of magnitude. The investigation reports were published by the president. It was the first time that that had happened. So the 279 recommendations for disciplinary cases have been tracked at a very granular level. 190 of those are finalized now. That's 64%. And 98 of those 297 have resulted in guilty findings. And a total of 18 officials to date have been dismissed, including 2 municipal managers, 3 chief financial officers, 8 senior managers, and 2 middle managers. One can see in terms of the table with the heat map where the bulk of the disciplinary processes have taken place. 8 CFOs, 27 senior managers, and 45 middle managers, 14 clerical staff. This slide just gives a breakdown of the sanctions meted out for guilty findings. 18 officials were dismissed, as I mentioned earlier. 1 was demoted, 7 suspended without pay, 33 final written warnings, 23 written warnings, 1 recommendation for counseling, and we're still awaiting information on the sanctions of 14 others. The table on the right indicates which organ of state affected the sanction. So the municipal managers of Cedarburg Municipality, JB Marks Municipality were dismissed. The CFOs of Department of Correctional Services, Mpumalanga Agriculture, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and the Northwest Department of Education. There were senior managers dismissed from Correctional Services, 1, Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, 1, Gauteng Department of Education, 2, Department of Health, 1, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education, 1, Mpumalanga Agriculture and Rural Development, 1, and Northwest Community Safety and Transport Management, 1. And then middle managers from Department of Education, from Lejwele Putswa Municipality and Northwest Department of Education. We have 1 dismissal from Amatole Water Board, and we don't have information on that in the system. In terms of criminal referrals for PPE, this was also a site of innovation in the 6th administration with the use of the Fusion Center. The Fusion Center was established by the Anti-Corruption Task Team and led using housed within the Financial Intelligence Center, and it was established to improve coordination around money laundering matters, but it was then used, it coincided with the COVID-19 disaster and the procurement corruption challenges, and it was then used for this purpose. And so the SIU referred 304 recommendations for criminal prosecution to the NPA. A total of 70 guilty convictions have been handed down since June 2021 as a result of these investigations. And we've also done an analysis on the breakdown of sentences. So 17 custodial sentences without the option of a fine. 3 of these sentences were 15 years. Average sentence 8. Where we had custodial sentences with the option of a fine, we had 22. And fines to the value of 2,652,500 rand, with the highest fine, 1 million rand, average fines at 80,000. The tracking of administrative referrals, in particular referrals for blacklisting of companies, points to a systemic challenge that must be solved. There were 51 companies that were recommended for restriction from doing business with the state. A comparison or a look at the October 31 version of the National Treasury's database of restricted suppliers indicate that not one of those names of companies appear on that list. So between the issuing of the recommendation by the SIU and the recording of the restriction on the register maintained by National Treasury, there have been no successful restrictions. We have looked in detail at the business process around that, and we will talk a bit more to that later. We have a subsequent slide when we talk to prohibitions and processes around prohibitions. We have engaged with the, together with the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer on various efforts to try and get to the bottom of this. Eskom, for example, and Transnet were the big, had the big, large numbers of these referrals. And they have restricted on their own internal supplier database. They've given us confirmation of that. But the list of on Treasury's restricted suppliers database, we don't have any correlation. Chair, I'll now move to a discussion on prohibitions as requested on holding public office and doing business with the state. And the committee had requested us to provide information on the formal processes of prohibiting an individual from holding public office or being involved in government contracts due to proven involvement in corrupt activities. And these slides set out various legislative and regulatory measures, as well as processes in place to prevent persons who have been proven to be involved in corruption from either holding public office or doing business with the state. This is an important part of the reform agenda that the CEO mentioned. And given the complexity and scale of the state, we may have missed certain elements of this accountability. So we recognize that more research is required to provide an exhaustive status quo. We also talked through current reforms to address gaps identified. So if we take a broad definition of public office to include both elected and appointed officials, in terms of prohibitions on elected officials holding public office, there are 3 constitutional provisions which stipulate that anyone convicted of an offense and sentenced to more than 12 months imprisonment without the option of a fine is disqualified from being elected to public office. And this disqualification remains in effect for 5 years after the sentence is completed. In terms of processes, the IEC is responsible for vetting candidates against criminal records. Additionally, political parties and other stakeholders may lodge objections to the IEC, and then the IEC can make a ruling. In terms of preventions for appointed officials, in national and provincial departments, which fall under the Public Service Act, there's Regulation 61, which sets out mandatory prohibitions on re-employment after dismissal. And those prohibitions vary in time depending on why the official was dismissed. There's a 5-year prohibition for dismissal linked to corruption and financial misconduct. In terms of the processes used to administer this, the per-cell payroll system is used to enforce restrictions across all provincial and national departments. So a block is put on the payroll system which prevents an employee being hired in any provincial or national department. In the local government sphere, there is Section 57A of the Municipal Systems Act, which requires, amongst others, the Minister of Cogta to issue regulations prescribing prohibitions on employment for persons dismissed for misconduct. There's a 10-year prohibition at in the local government sphere. And when we talk about the central register, we'll talk about processes to align these across the different spheres. In terms of the processes, the 2022 amendment to the Municipal Systems Act requires all municipalities to submit records of officials dismissed for misconduct to the relevant MEC and to the Minister of Cogta. And there are regulations that require the municipality to provide shortlisted candidates for checking against this list. Cogta has made efforts to create an online system for this, but that is not yet in place. In terms of public entities, there's no general legislation in place. However, the SOE bill makes provision for the shareholder, who would be the president, subject to the passing of the legislation, to issue regulations requiring information from public entities. Now, that is an important enabler for ensuring that the public administration is able to prevent persons dismissed from one sphere finding employment in another. And this is I'll now go to a project that falls under the President's response to the State Capture Commission called the Central Register, which is a project which aims to link up all the data from the different spheres and public entities of officials dismissed to ensure that there's a single portal to check whether a person has been dismissed from any part of the public service. Currently, for example, in the Public Service Act parts of the state, so that's national and provincial, the Z83 application form requires you to volunteer information if you have been dismissed, but that is on the onus of the person. The central register will provide an ability for an employer to check. So in terms of this project, and it will make a bit more sense once I go through the next slide, we have been, as a task team, working to build the central register, and National Treasury last year issued circular to all public entities requesting records of dismissed officials, adding in a region of about 1,200 ID numbers to this register. So the central register is being developed in response to a directive to DPSA, Cogta, Public Enterprise and National Treasury to collaborate, design and implement appropriate solutions to address the lack of a centralized register of people who've been dismissed from organs of state or who have resigned to avoid being disciplined. The project has successfully deployed an online tool available on the DPSA website, and this allows employers to check whether an ID number corresponds with one linked to a dismissal. Draft regulations have been developed under the Public Service Administration Act for processes governing the central register. The Public Administration Management Act gives jurisdiction over all three spheres of government in relation to disciplinary matters. So it's a useful legal instrument for building this transversal system. These will be, I think they've just been released for public comment and will be promulgated before March 2025. Those will set out processes that employers must follow in terms of checking the central register to ensure that no one is on the list before employing. In terms of preventions on contracting with government, we did touch on this in an earlier slide, but the National Treasury Instruction number 3 of 2016-17, entitled Preventing and Combating Abuse of in Supply Chain Management, sets out processes for restricting suppliers through administrative processes. The National Treasury's database of restricted suppliers currently contains 199 companies and individuals. This is available in PDF form on Treasury's website. Another instrument is in terms of the PRECA Act, the Prevention and Combating of Corruption Act. It mandates the creation of a register for tender defaulters. This register places restrictions on individuals and entities convicted of corruption, ensuring they cannot participate in future tenders. There are, however, no listings on this register for tender defaulters. So on the bottom right-hand graphic is a screen grab from the National Treasury database. Both of these lists are maintained by the National Treasury. However, it is not for the National Treasury to act on recommendations. In the first instance, it's at an accounting officer level that must determine whether a supply should be restricted and then make recommendations to Treasury. Treasury then goes through its own due diligence and then decides on whether to restrict. That's in terms of the current regulation. In terms of the tender defaulters list, which requires an order of the court, that either a magistrate or a judge must issue an order that this a tender defaulter should be placed on the list. The Public Procurement Act, Section 15 of the Act, shortens the process and clarifies the process for restriction or disbarment by clearly putting the responsibility for doing this with the procuring institution and notifying National Treasury rather than recommending to National Treasury. So what the Act has done is it has very clearly set out conditions and timeframes where accounting officers must debar. So this reform allows for the current system to be, one, simplified, but also clear lines of accountability for taking actions once commenced. We've struggled the current Treasury regulation does not allow for us to clearly locate responsibility for acting, whereas the Section 15 does so. But it is not yet commenced. National Treasury has not yet commenced this section or recommended to the President to commence this. I'll move to conclusions. So the continued focus of SCOPA in the 7th administration is welcomed because it does strengthen the impact of the work of the SIU and the fight against state capture and corruption more broadly. Obviously, the legislative and executive arms of government are independent of each other, but they are interdependent. And so this accountability, building the capability, there are interdependencies. And this is recognized in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, that the fight against corruption requires a whole of government, whole of society response. And Presidency is committed to building on the foundational work done in the 6th administration to drive a programmatic anti-corruption reform agenda, focusing both on the prosecution of identified acts of corruption, but also on the prevention of future acts and in the context of the apex priority of building a capable, ethical and developmental state. Thanks, Chair. I'll hand back to you, CR.
Mr. Chair, that brings an end to our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I said, we also have the head of SIU and his team. They will engage with you during deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, both for sending it to us ahead of time and for the actual presentation here. So I am going to give the members an opportunity to ask questions, but I will share my observations for you to mull over. You know, and then you might want to address them when you answer the questions, or please do. And let me know if it's an omission, but it appears to me that although it appears that you've taken the trouble to consider all the reports submitted by the SIU since 2001, you have not really looked at the systemic patterns that you see out of all of these investigations, such that, out of these investigation reports, such that you have a multifaceted approach to prevention and also to ensuring that there are consequences. I would have expected to see something that says, you know, over the last how long is it? Since 2001, I'm too old. It's 23 years old, 23. Over the last 23 years, we have found that these are the major types of transgressions that we see in the system. This is what leads to them, and these are the sort of the preventative measures that have been put in place. In some instances, the legislation wasn't tight, the regulations were not, etc. There were capacity issues all the way. So if you have this information, but you have not understood that you need to share it, I need you to speak to it. I need you to speak to it, because otherwise there almost will never be a systemic response to this. Because what it feels like to me is that the scale of the problem is such that the SIU can become a super investigating unit with 30,000 people. We will still not be able to catch enough people after the fact. So that's what it appears to me. So from the tracking, if you have that information, I really would like you to share it, because it gives us a sense of what type of interventions need to be put in place. So that is the first thing. The second thing is, I am not clear as to the kind of preventative measures that then get put in place. In respect, so where investigations have been, where reports have been submitted and they've been shared with the entities, and there is, and I'll make you a couple of examples so that you can get what I'm saying. So what we've witnessed here in the committee on at least one occasion, but there are a few more, people who are in acting roles in some state entities, if not all, are not vetted. And they can remain acting for a long time. Now, is the investigating unit, special investigating unit is not needed in that process, at least not at the point of hiring, but there is no requirement for vetting for people with full executive authority in those roles, who then proceed to cause damage. So we've had to have an exchange like that with a board member. The SIU team was there. The chief operating officer of the SIU was in that meeting. So there appears to be, that's one example. Do you know how many people are acting in this? Do you know, for instance, in those cases, how many of the people involved were installed in an acting capacity because the previous person was preventing the corruption from happening? They installed an acting person. There was, this person is dependent on potential. You know how it works, so I don't need to say the whole thing. So we don't know. This information is not provided. That's one example that I can make. The second example that I can make is that we've got 3 spheres of government, and there are a lot of municipal reports that have been provided to the presidency. I think we understand as a committee that the presidency or the national government can't just somehow go into a municipality and issue instructions, because it's not 3 levels, it's 3 spheres. So there are constitutional issues, I get it. But that's a systemic problem, because the Auditor General and the Special Investigating Unit have repeatedly told the committee that, well, their recommendations for consequences, in particular at municipalities, they just ignore them. They don't do it, right? That again is a repetitive pattern that we see. What is the response to that kind of thing? There's gotta be. Is it legislation? Is it by regulation, national? What does a response look like? So what I'm trying to say as an initial observation, and I do have some specific points, but I'm hoping that the members will cover them, is that I am not getting a sense that the presidency actually is looking at this in a systematic way in order to make systemic improvements. And maybe let me use the term systemic rather than systematic. Not looking at this in a systemic way, which is, what are the flaws in the system? How do these patterns arise? Because this helps, and I'm going to close and give to the members, and I'll use an example that's on a topical issue. If somebody told me that they worked as security in a nightclub in Cape Town, I probably wouldn't hire them because of the organized crime patterns in the city and what we see in terms of the crime. I'm just making a loose example now. There are many such red flags throughout the system in terms of the kind of person that we hire, what we look for, and that kind of thing. For example, in my last one, a lifestyle audit is a post facto. The person is here. Are there instances where the person is actually hired already with a concerning lifestyle relative to income? I am afraid it doesn't happen. So the person comes into the system, they already are sideways in terms of matching their lifestyle to their income. And then later on, we're like, oh, we are surprised, when we shouldn't have been surprised. So I have a concern about whether the presidency and the rest of the state, therefore, looks at these in a systemic way. So please mull over that, because it's an initial observation that I have. I see my colleague, Honorable Blosse, has moved. He normally sits over there, but he wants to be first in making comments and asking the questions. So I am going to go across. May I please ask that we keep our questions as crisp as possible? I'm not going to put time limits on you, but I do want to give everyone an opportunity and several rounds of comments and questions so that we don't speak once or twice. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Blosse, unless you are declining. No, you're not.
No.
Okay.
No, thanks, Chair. No, for the record, Chair, so my seat was expropriated without compensation. So, and that's against the law, according to the Constitution. So, the honorable member there must compensate me for my seat. No, look, Chair, it's always refreshing to have the SIU in the room, because we always appreciate their work, but today they are here with the presidency. Maybe also on a lighter note to the presidency, I think we need a proclamation to be given to the SIU to go and investigate Kaizer Chiefs. You know, it's a very important component in our state. You know, when those people of Kaizer Chiefs are happy, the economy rises, and something is not happening there. So try and speak to the minister and organize something for us there. Yeah, we need assistance there. Yeah. No, look, Chair, I want to echo your sentiments, man. I think I think I see now. We always ask the SIU in terms of the finality of their reports, to say you investigate, you make recommendations, but we don't get an appetite to see that there's actually finality in your reports. We don't see people going to jail and all of that. And I think I see where the bulk of the work kind of is parked. I heard that the presidency is welcoming, or they are applauding the president or the presidency for the high number of proclamations that have been made. But I also don't get the sense that in terms of your tracking and monitoring system, you are assisting the SIU in finalizing these reports or these recommendations thereafter. And you know, in what the chair has raised in terms of the systematic issues, because it's not enough that the SIU will go and investigate a matter and come back with their reports and say, this is what we found and this is what we recommend. And then, well, that person is taken to jail or their accountability measure. But the flaw in the system remains. Because the next person who's going to come into that same system is actually going to exploit the system in the very same way. And then we need to take the SIU back there to investigate again. So it's going to be a revolving cycle. So I'm also interested to say where we find these flaws in the system, what's the appetite of the presidency to actually make those systematic changes. I'll give you an example. We speak about blacklisting companies that are found to be doing the wrong with the state, and then and then we blacklist them. But do we actually blacklist the directors? Because you blacklist a company, the director goes and opens a different company. It's the same person, and then they come back and they do the job, and then it's the same thing. So it's those systematic changes to say, when we blacklist Blose Enterprise, but Mazwi Blose goes and opens a Mazwi Enterprise, and I come back and I'm still in the system. So those are sort of the loopholes that are there. Maybe the last one, Chair, not to take too many, well, the second last one. You know, you speak on prohibitions on holding public office and doing business with the state, and then you spoke about the central register. I think, Chair, it was us who also asked for that register to say we want to avoid this, again, a flaw in the system. A person is a municipal manager in eThekwini, he's fired, he then re-emerges in Ekurhuleni. I don't get the sense that that register is up and running while we are speaking about March 2025. It's something that we really need as Scope in particular, but also as the government, because that's where the biggest flaw is. Because what you find is that now, especially with the change in government in local government elections, a lot of these, you know, suspected corrupt officials, it's the same guys who are revolving around these municipalities. The very same guys. It's like a sort of a syndicate, you know, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, where I come from. I know, and if you go and look into it, you'll find that they rotate amongst the municipalities of their same political parties. You know, so I don't know. So if political party A is governing here, and a particular municipal official is found in the wrong, he resigns, he goes and appears in another municipality governed by the same political party. You know, so that central register is then actually going to assist us to decisively deal with those things, because we need to get rid of these people. And it seemed, that's why I'm saying it's a syndicate, because it seemed like there's just a select few of them who remains in the system, and then they are just move around in different administrators and all of that. Yeah, I think I've covered those issues. Yeah, I'm covered, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Madlala, are you?
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation. We would also want to just appreciate the availability, particularly, well, SIU is always here, particularly the presidency. And I think we're engaging with the right people when we're engaging with the presidency. And as the presentation goes, I think maybe it would have been even more profitable if we had added the NPA.
They are coming.
Yeah, it will be good. It would have even been better if we have everyone in the same room. But I think because the presidency is here, it's fine, because what we
what I believe we're dealing with is institutionalized corruption in this country. And hence it's at a scale that it is at. So I would wish to get a full picture when I meet with the presidency, flowing from what my colleague was saying, in the sense that when there are so many proclamations, there were so many reports that led to those proclamations, and so many have been processed to finality. So there have been so many prosecutions, the entire value chain, which says from the beginning, if we have issued 19, it is out of how many, and what is the expected turnaround time within which these should be finalized, so that we can be able to understand where the bottleneck in some of these issues are. And this is primarily because in some of the issues we have seen reports of years where an investigation or a proclamation was made 6 years ago, quite a long time ago, and we seem to be taking a laissez-faire kind of an approach in dealing with these matters of corruption, which we believe should be expedited, and the effects thereof be processed with the necessary speed and agility. The other issue is maybe as a clarity, when there's a recommendation to blacklist companies and we find out that none of them have been blacklisted. I know we could look into the systematic issues around that, or the business processes involved in such a gap. That is, if we want to make an assumption that it was because of a lapse or a gap in business processes. One, it could also be deliberate in one way or the other. Maybe another information that would have been critical is, from the time of the recommendation until now, how many of those companies have been doing business with government? Because if they have not in the register of the treasury, it means that they still have eligibility. They can't be picked up anywhere in the other spheres or sections of society if they are doing business or not. And if we can be able to find that, I'm sure we can maybe be able to find out if there was a deliberate intention and where are they doing business now, continuing to loot the state or to benefit from the state, for the lack of a better word. Also, when it comes to the issue of the three different spheres of government, like I'm saying, at least we're engaging with the presidents, because at least there's one, there could be three spheres of government, there's one president. So the center of accountability is one. How the coordination works is another process. But we can't be having a situation where SIU or the Auditor General or the NPA is stuck at doing work in one sphere of government, when the central coordination point is the presidency. And we get explanations that we can't get reports, we are not able to get paid after investigating as SIU, so as a result we are not able to function, because when we make claims from the municipalities, they don't give us the payments on time and so forth. So the presidency must be able to coordinate all of that and ensure that there's synergy, there's cooperation between all the spheres of government to deliver one mandate, which is to improve the lives of our people. And maybe lastly, could be just a statement to suggest our approach to the issues of investigations and corruption must be able to nullify an impression that corruption started and ended with the period of so-called state capture. And I think that we are years beyond, and I fear that in the next 20 years we'll still be making reference and saying, no, state capture, this and that. And I think that we may be losing the bigger picture here, because quite vast corruption has been reported post the state capture. The COVID issues we're dealing with, unless if there's another investigation suggesting that we're still under the period of state capture, and we're not then trying to centralize it, create a notion that was centered around certain human beings, and we believe that it's still in existence or its effect, and then we must present it with some scientific evidence to that reality, and also scientific evidence that before it, there were no elements of institutionalized corruption. And I think we must be very careful on dealing with that, so that we can unite the society as we move towards dealing with corruption, as opposed to dividing it and having other people wanting to defend themselves because they are then categorized and classified as an era which gave birth and was alpha and omega of corruption, and there were saints before, there were saints after. And we must be consistent in how we deal with those issues if we really want to build a united society fighting corruption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Skosan?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start by perhaps try to remember the two gentlemen who gave us this report. Are they the head of departments? Are they the investigators? Perhaps I've missed it there earlier. For me to be able to ask critical question on them in particular. And are they from SA? I know that is in the presidency now. Yeah, I just wanted to start there, Chair.
Yeah, luckily the Deputy Minister is here, so he can help us again.
No, as I said, these are officials from the presidency, led by the COO, Rory Galosha. They are not investigators. They are working for the office of the presidency.
So what I'm trying to find out, Chair, in terms of titles, because officials can be the deputy director, it can be the DDG, it can be the assistant director, it can be the, it can't be just be officials. In short, that's what I'm trying to say.
Sure. Okay, maybe don't abbreviate. I think you said Chief Operating Officer, so maybe just
COO,
give the
right?
give the full title, Chief Operating Officer. You know.
No, I understand that is.
At the DDG level. At the DG level.
Is he, the first gentleman who gave us the thing is a CEO?
He's a COO, Chief Operating Officer.
So is that the level of the DG?
Yes, at the level of the DG.
It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Let me break it down for you. Fortunately, I was in government as well. If you say you are a COO and you are a DDG, then the CEO, what title is the CEO?
I don't know what the relevance of the question is, and I would want to take the matter on advice.
So can I
I will.
ask that when one is speaking, the other switches off, so there are 3 mics off, so they. So can you please switch off a DM? Just switch off your mic. So I just want to simplify the conversation if I can. So one of the things I ask people who present is to try and give full explanations, especially in the first instance. Now, if I were to, and I'm not trying to put words into Honorable Skosana's mouth, but I think I can see where his questions are coming from. Are you saying in terms of the grading of the role, it's, is it in terms of, in other words, do they have the same authority as a DG in the presidency or not? Who reports to whom in the that's important. That's because I think when you say they're at the level of the DG, I think I would also want, okay, so who's the boss here? Because there's also a DG in the presidency, isn't there? Okay, now you say they're at the level of the DG. So now I would also say, okay, but who's boss here? Isn't that what you're asking, Honorable Skosan?
In fact, let me just put it this way. Let me rephrase my question. When I ask about that, in particular to say if it's a CEO, Chief Operating Officer, there's no way that, unless in terms of salary is, but not in terms of the way I know the civil service, the civil service. A DG is a CEO. If you want to simplify it, in a corporate world, normally that's what we say, but unless he's the head of department, then we're talking a different story. I'm going to come because I've seen it here as well on the report. So my question was very simple. Are we talking to the DG or we are talking to somebody, a Deputy Director General?
We are talking to the COO who is at the DG level in terms of salary scale, and that is my response.
Okay, DM, I'm gonna need, just switch off your mic. I'm going to need you to help us here in this conversation because the question is valid. I think what is important to understand is the level of authority the person has in order to apply what we are talking about in this conversation. It's not a conflict. There is no fight here. But that's what we want to understand the level of accountability. So if you say chief operating officer responsible for the following things. I think we now understand that in terms of salary scale, it's DG, but what really matters here is authority, because the remuneration policy, might be, it's not an issue for discussion today. What we need to be clear on is the scope of the responsibility and the level of authority of the person. I think you will go some way into clarifying what we want to know.
Yeah, let me make it quick, not to waste the time. My issue was, is he the Director General of the department? Because here, we deal most of the times when people introduce themselves from the different department or state organs. It's either you are a Director General, like we know, Advocate Edim Tibe is the head of the department. When we are talking to him, there's nobody who's higher than him now, beside the political head. Now, I'm saying there's nobody who's higher than him. He's the one, if we have to ask questions, he's the one, an accounting officer. He's the DG of the department, or not. If it's not, then I'll understand.
Okay. Well, the COO in the presidency is the accounting authority in the presidency. Our structure is different because our Director General is the executive authority. He is also the Secretary of Cabinet. So because of the responsibilities that Ms. Baleni has as the Director General in the department, the COO assumes the role of a Chief Operating Officer. So he is the accounting authority in the presidency.
Okay, and therefore competent to deal with these matters that we're dealing with today.
Quite competent and qualified.
Chair, let's not waste time. But in fact, we wanted the DG, Baleni herself, the DG of the department, not somebody who's second in charge. The DG, like even here, I'm a bit disappointed, Chair. I'll make it very, very clear. Ministers have this tendency of trying to be dodgy. I'll put it like that. That they've got other meetings, knowing that this date was set. She was supposed to be here. We tend back. If you remember, members will remember that they send deputy ministers in our committees and have excuses and say the minister is not available, he's got other business. They should then reschedule our meetings, because they account to us, to this committee. It's not the other way around. We're not accounting to them. And it must be very clear on that. Not that we are belittling or undermining deputy ministers, but we know the roles. We know the roles exactly. We are not taking a chance on that. But for the sake of peace today, in fact, Chair, I thought we'll start by that, to say if the minister is not here, like we've dealt with other departments, they must go back home. But let me start by saying thank you very, very much for the presentation.
Can I raise a concern? And through your permission.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm worried that we're creating a bad precedence. There's no way in the legislation that deputy ministers cannot report to SCOPA. We must never create an impression here.
Sorry, DM, can I stop you? And I will say why. Because please switch off your mic. Because I am the one who sets the program here. Now, I want Honorable Skosana to get to his question, but because now it's an issue, so let me deal with the issue now. So we have a program, and I'm setting out the explanation. Now we have a program here where different hearings are linked to one another. We are it's next week, I think, going to have the SIU, the NPA, and the Hawks sitting together here. One of the things I have to manage, or our officer, the chair's office has to manage, when we postpone, is implication on hearings already set. Now, if we, on account of the minister not being here, for example, do not see what the presidency is doing, with a political appointee in the form of a deputy minister presenting, it has an effect on our conversation with the three agencies that we are going to have here. And it creates a scheduling problem going forward. So it's not so much that we don't want ministers to account. I was chair when we sent, there was not even a deputy minister that day. But we manage the schedule in a way that does not hold up the rest of our work as we do. Otherwise, we postpone the presidency. Now we have to postpone the NPA and all of those guys from coming here. And then we get into recess for December, and then we just never see them this side of the year. So, Honorable Escosan, I am alive to this question, but the office also has to make these calls in order for our work to continue. So if I can please ask that we move on. It was by the chair's agreement on basically the chair, we had to decide whether we postpone everything or we continue. Firstly, the second point is where authority is delegated to a deputy minister for a specific issue, we do receive, and then we still call the minister, because we've done it with the Department of Transport, if you recall. Honorable Hlengwa came to account for the road accident fund. We still called Minister Chrissy, and she accounted for the road accident fund, plus. So I just want to assure all the members that there is no intention to let anyone get away. What would have been a problem is if the officials are here, there is no minister and there is no deputy minister. We would have sent them away, consistent with what we did previously, where a deputy minister delegated was supposed to come and they didn't come. We then rejected the whole delegation and said, we can't do this because there's political and administrative accountability. The final point I want to make is one of the challenges that we need to manage as a committee is also people, because of the level at which they operate, promise to send us written answers continuously because they don't deal with the issue. The reason I asked the deputy minister if the chief operating officer is competent to deal with the issues is that then I expect full answers here today. We've established that he has the authority to speak to what he's speaking to, no backpassing. Because he has now accepted, the DM has accepted that responsibility to say, you've got the person who deals with these issues day to day. So, with that standard being set, I, as the chair, and I think all the members, expect to get the full answers from the people that are here with no reference to somebody who is not here. Because the political principal is here, as well as a person who deals specifically with the issue is here. So I hope that clarifies us. Otherwise, a minister must still come for a myriad of things, by the way, including these ones at a later stage. Thank you. So I will stop you from speaking because I don't want a to and fro. Thank you. Will you proceed, Honorable Skosan? And can we move on to the
Thank you, Chair.
issues?
Thank you, Chair. I accept, and indeed, why I was asking all these questions, there's a particular reason, and some of you were in the house yesterday exactly know what I'm talking about. We prepared very well, and the ministers decided to leave with the deputy ministers, and they came up to say they've got important things, and we had to look like we are stupid, you know. So I'm saying accountability is accountability. All of us, we account. Not that I'm fighting anybody. I'm not fighting anybody. I'm just putting matters straight as they are to say if there's that authority, no issues. You know, that's why I was concerned that I don't see the DG here. You know, but thank you so much, Chair. The issue which we've discussed previously, you know, it's like an old record. We used to have a record, those who still remember. The issue about SIU, advocate, you know that, the recommendations, some departments, they ignore them. And when I look at the number of people as well, which I wanted to ask here, I see that the people who resigned, the people who were charged. I'm seeing that there's a lot of HODs. I'm not sure whether those HODs are you talking about, but you will answer on that later. HODs, are you talking about DGs, or you're talking about, because an HOD in a provincial government is a head of department, it's not the DG. Now, I'm saying in all these departments, because I saw only one, only saw one that was not guilty. The other two resigned. The other one, the contract ended. The other one passed on. So they are in grand total 5. So I'm not sure whether this covers, in the whole country, as we are talking about PPEs now, that for the whole country, municipality, provincial government, only 5 people. As to the 31st of October 2024. Those were the only people who were perhaps alleged being responsible of these PE issues. And when I look at the municipal managers, there are only 9. And I must commend, if that's the case, they've done well. Considering what was happening with the PPEs. Deputy directors, there's only one. I mean, the Deputy Director General, what I was talking about, there's only one. Now, as I say, please just explain this HOD issue. Is it a DG or is it an HOD of a department? Because in the province, in particular in Mpumalanga, I only know one DG. There's no two, it's only one. And I think in the Gauteng as long is one. And the chief financial officers, I see there's 8. But those who are guilty, there's only 3. It tells you the whole story. But I'm not convinced, advocate, that this is the only number of what was involved in the 500 billion rand, which we had in the PPE. But my issue around this was that you make recommendations. And I would like to know how many people have been convicted, besides what I'm seeing here. How many people were convicted? Is this the correct number of the people who are being convicted and those who are not guilty at all? And my second one will be, don't you think perhaps as lawmakers, as parliamentarians, though it's all about numbers, because we might ask for amendments, that perhaps we have been given powers as well, because maybe you work very, very hard, but unfortunately the Department of Justice let you down, or the NPA, as you said, we're going to have them, or all the agencies here. Maybe you are working very, very hard, but unfortunately you are being taken for granted by the departments, other departments. After working so hard, those criminals get away with murder. They are being told to go home. The NPA hasn't done their work properly, and your work as well go into a thin air. After you've put a hard work in trying to get these people who are busy doing other things which are unbecoming. If you remember very well, in the 2010 World Cup, we had the Big 5 who colluded when it comes to prizes. But no one was convicted. There is no one those companies which is blacklisted. Unless you are going to perhaps miss that one. But as far as I'm concerned, what they did, like Stefano and Marian Roberts, some of them, they get together, once they're in trouble. And, in the panel beating business, what they do, they change the name. You go and ask the Italian mafia or the Portuguese mafia, they will tell you, once you blacklist them, in the same building. They just change the name. They go to CPI, they register another name. When you go there, it's a different name altogether. Some of them liquidate themselves. They come back, but they still operate because they are blacklisted. And what they do, I'm no longer part and parcel of the directors. I take my colleague, Mr. Ubega, or my son, he's now the director. But it's the same business. It's the same business. So in short, I'm saying, even the blacklisting should not have eyes. Whether we're a big company or a small company, if we have done wrong, prosecution has to be the same. I know we are not prosecuting, but the consequences must be the same. Because when you look at your work, you work very, very hard. I must applaud you for that. But unfortunately, at the end of the tail, some department let you down. Because most of these companies get away with murder. You know the stain of story. Somebody, I don't know, Michael Joster, whether he's still alive, he's gone. And you know what happened. And I know that
he's with Watson where he is.
And Gavin, the Busasa one as well, maybe he's still alive, nobody knows. But I'm saying your job is commendable. But the problem is that if there's no working together, and unfortunately, you've seen yesterday, the Supreme Court of Appeal said that any accounting officer who's found wanting, you'll be paid out of your pocket. And I hope with the judges as well, it will be the same thing, because some judgment leaves much to be desired. The same people there who gave that judgment, if they are found to be given an order, which was not supposed to be an order, Chair, as well, they must pay out of their pocket like everybody else. We have all to account now. My last question to you, Mr. Mutibi, Advocate Mutibi. What is your take? Do you think with the current a law which we have, the recommendation story, because I saw you said in collaboration with the Public Service Commission and the AGSA. I don't see the Public Protector's Office there as well. I'm not sure whether you don't work together, but I thought those agencies are very important to SIU as well, to help. That if, anyway, it's a question of numbers, that you can leave that to us. We might be defeated if we raise that issue to say, SIU, some people, view you as being the tool of the president, that it's used to purge people. I'm saying inverted commas. Whether it's correct for you to be given those powers is another story. Political will discuss that outside here. But I think it will be proper that your recommendations should not be like the public protector, that they are binding until set aside by the court of law. I'm not sure how can we balance this, because what I'm saying here, we are doing a great job, but unfortunately, as I said, at the tail end, we can't see the result. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I also wish to clarify that Honorable Gupega, I was about to speak, is not Honorable Skosana's son. He was just making an example in the conversation. But over to you, Honorable Gupega.
I thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, that's true, Chair. Greetings to the House, greetings to the colleagues on the other end, and Deputy Minister. The second slide number 2, the strategic priority 3, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The fight against corruption and state capture is core to strategic priority 3 of the 7th administration. Now, on that one, I think the very first question there, and this is to the DM, sorry, Advocate Mutibi, and to the officials, is that during the so-called state capture years, are we cognizant of the fact that the president now was the then deputy president who was in charge of government business? Because for me, that would mean that he is in the heart of that so-called state capture. So, with that being said, are we saying that the president
or the presidency is investigating the president? And that's a question mark on that one. Moving on, the president's response to the so-called state capture. The question again, I think I'm repeating myself here. How does the president intend on giving a fair response on the State Capture Commission's report when it has been revealed in the commission that the president presided over entities that were core or center stage of that so-called state capture? By that I mean he was directly linked to Glencore via Shanduga Group and Shanduga Coal and Luxel Coal. So what are we saying exactly is what I'm trying to understand here, DM, is that when the presidency is investigating state capture, and through Proclamation 178, where you guys are investigating ESCOM, are you guys telling us here now, on the record, that you guys are investigating the president who was in charge of companies that are linked to Glencore, the same Glencore which has been, the USA has issued, I think, over $1 billion fine for the corruption that is being done by Glencore all over the world? Are we saying, or is the DM saying that they are investigating the president? I'd like to put that one to him. And then that's Proclamation 178. And then Proclamation 206 of 2024, in investigating, in the SIU, I think this one's for Advocate Mutibi, with the SIU investigating SAA, there are no financials for financial year 2022, 2023. 2023, 2024 for SAA. A question there would be, during Advocate Mutibi's investigations, SAA was sold for however much, I think it was 51 Rand if I'm not mistaken. How was the true value of the entity SAA ascertained? Or how did they get to the true value of SAA and saying SAA is worth 100 Rand, therefore we're selling it, if they didn't have financials for financial year 2023, 2024? I think it's 2022, 2023, 2024 if I'm correct. How was the actual true value of the entity obtained? I would like that question. Maybe I'm not sure if Advocate Mutibi will need the assistance of the I think they said there was a COO to answer that one. And then I'll move on to another slide that had sanctions for guilty findings. We've got demotion, we've got counseling, we've got written warnings, final written warnings. Do you honestly believe, and this is for the COO, do you honestly believe that those sanctions are severe enough for the level or the degree of corruption that these people are getting themselves involved in? Because otherwise, if these are just the recommendations, then that would mean that the presidency is just a toothless dog. Because if you are telling me that you're sending someone for counseling who's been involved in corruption, and you are writing warnings for him, what are you saying? Are you saying he must carry on doing his job? It's fine, well and good. Go ahead. Yeah, that's another one. And then the guilty findings, I think it was slide 15. I think my colleague alluded to that one a little bit because slide 15 says, it's got Cedarburg Municipality, 1 MM, Department of Foreign Services, 1, Senior Manager, 1. They've got 1 in all of these departments. Is this a true reflection of the corruption that is happening all over these places? And that's a question, because otherwise, for me, this looks like a tick box exercise that the team has put together for us to come and say, hey guys, look here, we're doing something. Because given the grand corruption that is happening in South Africa, this to me definitely looks like a tick box exercise. And then another slide on the central register. I think on that one, that is a good idea on the part of the presidency. Even though it's a bit late, I think this thing should have happened a long time ago. And then on the criminal referrals for PPE, we've got fines totaling 2.6 million rand. I'm not sure how much of a percent 2.6 million is from a 500 billion rand that was allocated for COVID-19. Is this it? Is that the scale of the magnitude or the scale of the corruption that involves not only the PPE tenders, but the whole COVID-19 scam with that 500 billion rand? I think that's another question there. Is it only 51 companies that have been restricted from doing work with government as well? I think that's another question. I think for now, I'll rest there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to the gentleman from the Presidency, to the advocate in charge of the SIU, and to the Deputy Minister for being here today. As they say, numbers never lie. And I made a very interesting calculation in the amount of proclamations handed out by the various presidents, which maybe gives an indication as to their interest in investigating corruption. So you mentioned President Zuma had done, I think it was 138 proclamations. There was obviously a lot during the sixth administration, but what tells a huge story is that in the fifth administration, I think there was something to the tune of about 54 proclamations. So therefore, 36 of those proclamations would have been in the last 15 months of the presidency, which was obviously President Ramaphosa, which left only 19 proclamations in the 4 years that President Zuma was there at the height of state capture. So maybe that tells us a story as to how interested people were or not interested in investigating corruption during that time. So I think a lot of what else has been spoken about state capture or not state capture is effectively emotion, but the numbers are not emotional. The numbers tell you everything you need to know, basically. The second point I want to make is most of us here have been on this committee for about 6 months. On the weekend, the chair and a couple of us went to the South African Institute of Public Accounts Committees. And I think the thing that has been most shocking to all of us on this committee is the extent of theft from the state, just the extent to which people have found it within their capabilities and within their souls that they could actually steal from the people of South Africa to the extent that they have. And in a sense, what you're doing is really you are the guard against that. But the feeling is obviously the game needs to be upped. And I see that you've been doing a lot now, very recently, since 2022, 2023, about actually making sure that the recommendations on the SIU reports are actually followed through. The question to you is, what has been done about the reports right back from the beginning, right from 2001 or 2002? I know you've got your hands full just with President Zuma's proclamations, about 138 of those. But after all the work that's been done by the SIU and the Auditor General and the various other state agencies, it's my great hope that we're not giving people a free pass by not going back and checking all those reports that have been done. The other issue I wanted to ask was with regards to consequence management. I see that there were fines levied from between 80,000 and 1 million as far as the COVID inquiries were concerned. Now, a lot of people actually, or a lot of those people that were being charged actually got to benefit in quite a big way on those COVID inquiries. I was actually in the city of Johannesburg during COVID, and I was privy to our local AG reports on Johannesburg and the amounts of money that had been stolen. So quite frankly, if I'd been caught for a COVID transgression in Johannesburg and only been fined 80,000, I'd be thanking my lucky stars. So the question is, do you actually go after the amounts of money that people illegally made out of these things? Or are they just subject to what's really a derisory fine on the basis of how much a lot of these people have benefited out of these things? The other question is looking at your charts as to sanctions on people in national government and provincial government. Obviously through the payroll system, you are able to stop people from getting jobs for 5 years. The question is, and I know it's possibly not your area of influence and might have to be something that's legislated, but with my earlier comment about the disgust that I have for the amount of people that are stealing from the country, is 5 years enough? Shouldn't those people be barred for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years? And I don't think we should show any mercy, honestly, to people who basically steal from the people of South Africa. So the question is, should we look at a change in legislation to make that more onerous on people who steal from the state? And then the other question was also a little bit of a shock about the fact that there's been no company kind of fingered for tender irregularities, that there's no one on the list. I mean, the chair and our members will remember, probably 2 weeks ago, we had a report from the OR Tambo municipality who were busy building a dam, and the municipality happily paid a 10 million rand upfront fee to a contractor who just then disappeared. I mean, to me, that's so cut and dried, and that would be so easy to get an order of court, that it just seems amazing that there is nobody on that list. I mean, there have been some very, very basic cut and dried incidences of theft against the state, basically, that we could do more to highlight. And then the final question is with regards to the website or the program that will keep the details of all people that have been found guilty. Would that be available to the private sector as well? Because obviously a lot of these people might then find it difficult to find another job in government and might be foisted upon the private sector, and I'm sure the private sector don't want to employ crooks. So would that be available to everybody? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Neil May.
No, thank you very much. Let me greet the Deputy Minister, your officials from the Presidency, our SIU delegation here led by Advocate. Thank you very much. A lot has been said before me, and I could also probably start with saying, about the aeroplane that landed at Waterkloof Base on the 30th of April. But Chair, I'm going to stick with the presentation here, and I have some questions that I would like for clarity. From the Presidency, I'd like to know a little bit more about your tracking tool, because there are some cases from the 6th Parliament, and for instance, there were about 346 referrals for criminal prosecutions, and the NPA decided not to prosecute 272 of those cases due to various reasons, including lack of evidence or not prosecutable. Now, the amount of work that you do as the SIU, surely there's enough evidence to bring that to the NPA. So I'm very happy that next week we will have the MP here, because my question is from our side and as SCOPA, who is looking at the NPA, the reasons that they are not going to prosecute, or is it not prosecutable? Do they actually give you a full report as to not just saying not prosecutable? There must be some reasons that they are actually quoting. And it's interesting who you meet on an aeroplane. You sit next to an investigator from the NPA, internal, and he is saying that from his own internal, they have challenges with their own prosecutors. So this is where I want to, colluding with attorneys. And that we've seen in the medical legal, we've seen it in the RAF. We're starting to look at a picture that is a bit bigger on the one side, where state officials are starting to collude with the legal fraternity. So I'm very interested to know with regards to your reports in your tracking. So you have the current, which is what I've seen here now. On slide number 16, you referred, there were 304 recommendations to the NPA for COVID-19 investigation. 70 were found guilty. And my calculations were also saying, so there's 234 remaining. What's happened to those remaining cases? Are they still ongoing? How many of these particular cases did the NPA say they are not able to prosecute? The other area that I'm interested is mainly your role in following up on the issues with National Treasury. It has been brought up previously here with regards to the companies that are not blacklisted. How do you interact with National Treasury and follow up to make sure that, and I'm looking even, so this is from the 6th Parliament, that was also an issue, that, you issue correspondence to all affected institutions and accounting officers, and they fail to implement. And that goes for government bodies as well, being like the National Treasury. I think that is very important to see how much bite do you have as the presidency in making sure that the departments, that everybody else is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, so that it doesn't come back again to haunt us. Chairperson, I think that is all, because a lot of it has been spoken before. I'm not going to rehash, especially with my colleague before me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Nilmay. Honorable Esak.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. With due respect, Chair, I think with the next meeting or henceforth, I should change my seating so that I could be somewhere up front there.
Honorable Blosse was onto something.
So that, I don't be repetitive and end up having to scratch off all my questions, because my colleagues are pretty much proactive and have touched on many of the same issues. So forgive me if I'm somewhat repetitive, so just scratch it off or ignore that. But what I wanted to allude to are a few comments, and there's just 2 or 3 pertinent questions. So with your permission, Chairperson, look, with the opening remarks and having listened to what has been said, so thank you very much for your proactiveness and for trying to brief us. I think the perception among South Africans as a whole is that, based on what had transpired at the Zondo Commission, etc., people had a lot more expectations, I think. And as the months drag by, Chair, South Africans are somewhat disillusioned. And I think we should be pretty honest about that, because the lack of prosecutions and people, if I can put it blatantly, going to jail, it's just somewhat not happening to the extent that we had promised or expected. You see all these media articles every other week, but journalists, obviously, it's understandable, have to write a story and sell their newspapers. But, Deputy Minister, there seems to be a huge lack of consequences transpiring, and I'd like you to express yourself. My question to you, Deputy Minister, would be, are you really satisfied, sir, that the various departments currently, the state departments and institutions, are honestly implementing aggressively? We need to understand that as the committee, because my following issue is that, regarding the accountability mechanism, what advice or guidance can you give us as the committee of SCOPA, and I think the chairperson alluded to that in his earlier opening remarks, how can we be more involved in driving these issues? Because, we come here expecting some meat, some concrete information. And with due respect to you, sir, but the presentation that I received via email, which I scrolled through last night, which you presented today, I don't know, how much I can make of it. But nevertheless, I could have Googled most of the stuff, with due respect. Okay, but be that as it may, sir, there was the issue, I think my colleague raised it, now I might be repetitive, there was the issue of the 276 proclamations that were issued. How many are now really brought to a point of finalization? I'm sure maybe somebody did ask that. I lost you on one of the slides there where you spoke of something about 166, but not to worry. What are the current number of hearings in progress or moving towards finalization? Then I need to understand this one. And I'll just read it verbatim, sir, with your permission, Chair. So please explain or educate to me. There are 298 companies that were restricted, right? But as of January 24, I read, none of these companies that were restricted appeared on National Treasury's database for restricted suppliers. So you brought that up on the slide. You read it out to us. But now you have to explain to me and my colleagues, what do I make of that statement? What do I make of that comment? I mean, the 276 suppliers, they're not listed on the database. So what are the consequences? I just need to be clear on that, if you don't mind, sir. And then let me move to some conclusion. There are currently no listings on the register. What level of monitoring is taking place at provincial level and at municipalities? I think that was alluded to, because nothing much seems to be transpiring there, especially at the smaller municipalities. Guys are getting away with absolute murder. And I think we know that. I know of municipal managers that get moved from one municipality after having really looted the municipality, and next thing he's in another province and he's employed with another municipality. And life goes on, and I think we hear about that, we read about that, and so is it with CFOs, etc. So again, what level of monitoring is taking place to bring these things to a finality? There was talk of the tracking mechanisms, my colleague alluded to that, which are problematic. And then the legacy of the report of the 6th Parliament, the 346 cases, I think, Honourable May, you touched on that, so let me not be repetitive. Two last issues. The issue of people, Minister, that are on suspension and that are being paid while sitting at home, costing the fiscus millions of rand. I mean, this is not fair to South African taxpayers. So again, what do you intend to do about these individuals that are on suspension? Are they going to drag on, or really is there a serious discussion about that matter? And then lastly, sir, I'm not sure if somebody would be able to answer that. If you cannot, I will accept that and I'll ask it somewhere else. There was that issue on the Alex Core proclamation, which the SIU had now said that they had brought to some finalization. I'm not sure if anybody is aware of that, but I'll be very grateful to hear about that, because again, that society and community in Richtersveld, I mean, you guys know it's a can of worms. So I'm concluding, Chair, but all I want to say, with due respect, please, when we get reports from your side or from the SIU, please come here and make it interesting for me. Give me some meat. Tell us something concrete so that the chairperson can say, guys, we've got an issue here. We need to address this matter in a concrete fashion. So what are we going to do as SCOPA? Are we going on an oversight? Are we going to summons the minister here? Or who are we going to get here to account urgently? So that's as best as I can put it. I'm very grateful for the opportunity, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks. And I'm moving my seat next time.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Beasley.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings, everybody, and just apologies to Honourable Blouse for taking his seat. We do come from the same province, and I think age does get a priority, so I'm sure you'll forgive me. So, Chair, you spoke about systemic issues, and I think it's important as SCOPA that we just don't point fingers, we come up for solutions too, and I think you raised a very good point, but I think the follow-on is actual consequence management, and I think it's a big failure in the actual system, because I come from the private industry, and when somebody's got his fingers in his till, in 3-4 months, they're out. In the government sector, it can take years. I come from eThekwini Council, where some guys have got charges hanging over them for 4 or 5 years. You know how much money they could have taken in that time too? And it's also extremely demoralizing for the honest officials to know that their colleagues have got fingers in the tills, got stuff hanging over them, but no action is taken. It's not taken quick enough. So I'd just like the presidency to comment on that. And I'd just like to know the average time from a whistleblower phoning to disciplinary action. Is it like 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or it sounds like it's indefinitely at the moment? So I just think, Chair, if we can speed up the consequence management system together with the systemic issues that you raised, I think we can make a big difference in corruption. But consequence management must happen, and it must happen quickly. And then in slide 7, you said you're waiting feedback, but you're waiting feedback on more than 50% of the cases, and that's a concern for me, because if the presidency was serious about it, what is the reason for not getting feedback? Is the department's dragging their feet, or what is the actual reason? Because again, it just highlights that nobody's actually taking this matter seriously. And then you talk about, and it has been raised, but I've looked quite a lot at this restricted database supply, and it's a farce. I think that's the best way to put it. It's a farce. There's only 199 companies listed on it, and there's 235 municipalities. There's so many state entities, and we've only got 199, so there's something seriously wrong in the system. And my concern is the presidency is saying it's the Treasury's responsibility, the Treasury is saying it's the municipality's responsibility. Who's ultimately responsible? Because it can't be like that. We can't have 199 companies, because I come from eThekwini, they've got their own restricted supply database, but not one of them are on the national. So there's something wrong in the system, but who's actually taking accountability and saying, it's my responsibility? Because I just think we're operating in silos. And the fact that on the tender defaulter, I think there's 0. I think that sums the lack of accountability and consequence management. And you know, I'm not a legal expert, I'm an accountant, but do judges know that they can issue that order? I mean, because if they don't know, nobody's going to issue that order. And I find it very surprising that not one person has. And then lastly, Chair, just in terms of consequence management, we talk about restricting with public, but I'd be interested if private companies or the private industry can get access. And I know you can get access, but if private companies could also take a role of not doing business with these people, because I just think the consequences and accountability will be far higher. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Beasley. Let me just ask a few questions, short and sharp. The first is, I just want to get an assurance. One of the most important presentations at the Commission of Inquiry on state capture was actually a definition of state capture. And I think what I learned from it is that municipalities are generally captured. Municipalities are generally captured. Provincial government departments have got kingpins there who get everything, and we've seen it in various ways. So the specific question is the understanding of the presidency's impact of this kind of capturing of the state and what you're planning to do about it systematically, because we've got to prevent fundamentally rather than chase after. The second is the Special Investigating Unit, and I swear Advocate Motibi did not put me up to this. We've raised it as a concern as a committee, and I'm asking, have you considered altering the funding model of the Special Investigating Unit? This committee relies significantly on both the Auditor General and the SIU for the work to advance some of the work that we do. And what we are seeing is that various entities generally don't fulfill their obligations to pay for the SIU's work, which might, after a while, come across as kind of just putting a tripwire in the system so that the SIU is not as effective over time. Now, please disabuse me and anyone who may think that way, but I think fundamentally the funding model is not working. It needs to be different. And I'm saying this because in one of the slides, you talk about capacitating and funding these institutions. So we actually have to do it as quickly as possible. The third is, can you please give the committee a sense of the length of time it takes to consider a proclamation and approve it? Because that also has an impact on the confidence of the people. Somebody blows the whistle today, a year later, nothing's happened. It undermines the confidence. And I'm not saying it's always a year, but I do need to get a sense of how quickly you can process the proclamation such that they are legal and so on. And finally, I want to ask you, Deputy Minister, whether you have considered wider proclamations that would help the government as a whole make systemic changes. Let me give an example. If we know that, or let me say, generally the way proclamations work, there'll be sometimes a story in the City Press or Sunday Times shocks everyone and everyone is moved to action. We call people here, we scream at them, and the SIU is going. The SIU gets there, hey, there are 15 other skeletons here, but now they fall outside the proclamation that has been given. Has the presidency considered instances where you have sufficient evidence to say there are big problems in the system and we're going to widen the scope of this investigation so that we learn all the lessons we can? And then wherever you see similar patterns, we now have an understanding of how we scope future proclamations. Otherwise, it's a little bit here, a little bit there, and people get away with theft and murder as it happens in South Africa. So before you answer, I'm just going to ask a question generally of the gathering. We've been more than 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 15 minutes here. So what I want to propose is the following, unless everyone is feeling strong, that we take a 15 minute body break. And when we come here for the final leg and we complete, it's called a human rights break in other. So can we take a human rights break and be here at 11:30, please? Okay, I am hereby suspending the human rights relief that I provided, except the DM is. You know, Brakeza, President Barack Obama had one scandal during his presidency. You know what he did? He wore a tan suit. He wore a tan suit. And this thing was all over the news. And his tie looked like your, like your tie. And I'm wondering if he didn't send his tie this way. Okay. Honorable members, okay, let's get cracking. So, DM, we're going to hand over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister. And then, I'm assuming that between Advocate Motibi and your colleagues in the presidency, you'll take the relevant, the questions that are relevant to each of you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me really convey our appreciations to members of SCOPA for their comprehensive questions. I think we're enjoying being here, Chairperson.
For now.
At least for now. You know, if the president was not tasked with promoting the unity of the nation, I would agree that this Kaiser Chiefs issue must be investigated, as honorable member would have suggested. But thank you very much, Chair. Let's first deal with how our presentation is structured.
Sorry, DM, can you just adjust your mic? Yeah, so that it's, it's more in front of you.
Okay, let's deal with how our presentation is structured. We received a brief from yourself, Chair, on the issues that we needed to respond to. Maybe one of the weaknesses on our part was to limit ourselves to that brief, which was to process SIU reports, details of matters that are outstanding, the formal process of prohibiting individuals from holding public office, and the vetting process for public officials. And so this is a weakness, perhaps on our part, that we did not expound on the brief, and we will learn to do that in future, Chairperson. I think we must say that the reason why...
Sorry, Deputy Minister, can I also offer that, we see this as an interactive process. Whenever there is information you believe would be helpful to the committee, and it's not in our invitation, really, you are welcome to get in touch with us and say, we see you've omitted the following, but we'll provide it anyway. So just as a way of working going forward.
No, I thank you, Chair. We'll definitely do that. I will deal with some of the issues that relate to the responsibilities of the presidency, and then defer others to the COO and his team, and Dadem Tibi, head of SIU. Well, maybe we must say that we will definitely in future compartmentalize the systematic issues that you've raised. And I have been advised that Advocate Mutibu will go at length to illustrate how they would use their own reports to follow through on systematic issues, especially with government departments and municipalities, going directly into those state institutions. We must indicate, Chair, that we are, of course, worried about reforms that would enhance the work of SIU. Chief amongst which are things such as disbarment. And we hope that when the public procurement bill, which has been assented to by the President, comes into effect, it will have to address some of these issues, because it makes reference to restrictions on companies that are delinquent and individuals thereof. So we think as part of responding to some of the gaps in our system, the public procurement bill seeks to exactly do that, especially with respect to disbarment. The issues of the length of or the response time can be simplified in this way. Once SIU receives allegations, this SIU corresponds with the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Justice applies her mind, following which a recommendation is made to the President and a proclamation is then put in place or issued. And the response time can be anything from 20 days. It may take more time for the minister to apply her mind. And subsequently, once the process is with the President, it should be easy for the proclamation to be issued. The reason why we are developing a tracking system automated with CETA is so that we can track these cases from the first phase of the allegations being processed by SIU to the recommendation to the minister and the recommendation to the President and the final proclamation. And we hope that the tracking system will be able to address the turnaround time, because we're also worried that our inability to respond to matters that are related to corruption tirelessly will also give an impression that we are incapable of building a capable ethical and developmental state, or that we are dragging our foot with respect to achieving that priority. So we agree that there's a need for further reforms to enhance the work of SIU. And as I said, this is a discussion that does not just involve the Presidency, it involves the Department of Justice, it involves the SIU itself, it also involves Treasury, it also involves the NPA, because the NPA must be seen to be discharging its responsibilities without fear, favor, or prejudice. And it must be seen to be discharging its responsibilities independent, and we're worried that there is a slow pace in prosecuting those who have been found to have had their hand in the cookie jar. The President of the Republic of South Africa is not immune to any investigation. This President has said so in the past. But one thing that we can assure you of is that there has been no intimation from the report of state capture that the President was involved in any unethical conduct, which would presuppose that there should be an investigation against him. If there is such an intimation, then relevant law enforcement authorities can then be seized with the matter, and these issues can be reported to them. So we are not investigating. SIU is not investigating the President. But in the same breath, we don't think that the President is immune to investigation. If the President is involved in any wrongdoing, the President will make himself available for any form of scrutiny. And this is one point that we also want to make. So these are some of the issues that I thought at a high level I should respond to. I'm going to hand over to the COO to be seized with some of the issues that are related to operationalization of the work of the Presidency working together with SIU. And then from there we'll hand over to Ntate Mutibi. And if I'll go through my notes, and if I've omitted anything, I'll come back as I close to respond to some of the issues. Thanks.
Deputy Minister, there is actually the issue of the funding model. I just want to be certain, or maybe spell it out more clearly, because the SIU is owed. Shem Advocate Motibi looks awkward. The SIU is owed a lot of money, and it's something that the committee has looked at several times. Even as we know that the budgeting process takes time. I think I speak on behalf of the committee to say we have a sense that something needs to change so that there is ability to support the work of anti-corruption. Otherwise, they are hamstrung. I'd like you to respond to that specifically.
Well, we think we agree. We share the same sentiment. We share the same sentiment about SIU and many of our entities that are underfunded. And we also share the sentiment about the fact that there's a need for us to look at a funding model for SIU to be able to enhance its work. But you know better than I, Chair, you deal with many of these cases on almost on a daily basis here, that we are dealing with a constrained fiscus. However, we are going to be seized with a funding model to deal with some of these issues. I think I left something out. We also had said that the responsibility of, there's a technical role that is played by FOSAT, which is a forum of South African Director Generals to look at follow through on some of the issues, either recommendations from SIU to different organs of state for implementation, or outstanding work on the work done by SIU and the findings and the implementation thereof. So there is a forum which is coordinated by, this technical team is coordinated by the COO. As I said, that he's better placed to and positioned to respond to some of these issues because he coordinates that type of work. And that is why he's here, and that is why the DG in the presidency is not here, because he's the Secretary of Cabinet, he's in Cabinet as we speak. Thank you very much. COO.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, and thank you also, Chairperson and members of SCOPA. Chairperson, thank you very much for all the questions, and in your questions is also direction. There are a lot of them. The first thing that I just want to say is that, just by way of a general comment, is that the content of the inputs made by SCOPA, as well as the questions asked, is a balance. If I look at it from the side of the administration that's trying to coordinate this work, some of what has been said gives us good material for what we need to take back and ensure that in our governance structures we go deeper, because there are things that the committee members have said and have asked which I think the administration would concur with, which are areas for greater focus and even greater resourcing. On the other hand, some of the questions and comments made come across as confirmations that we are on the right track. So just by way of general comment, is that my responsibility in presidency is to run the department of the presidency, and part of that is making sure that things are properly resourced, because I'm the accounting officer. It's a constant struggle, resourcing, and SCOPA won't be unfamiliar with the struggle across all departments. So we are in the process not only of resourcing something that I'm still going to comment on, because it's the solution to a lot of the questions here, which is Hopper, the head of the public administration, that must lead the professionalization of the public service, but also within Hopper, the corruption project. So there were a number of themes, Chairperson, that came through. First of all, on the broad theme of the systemic nature of corruption. Of course, our report to SCOPA today is of a fairly narrow focus in regard to SIU proclamations, but then we have the State Capture Commission recommendations. Those recommendations in and of themselves did a lot of that analysis. So that report goes to the systemic challenges that both yourself and other members have made reference to. In order for the presidency to coordinate this across whole of government and whole of society, we have had to set up our structures. So the way that it's governed is that the same Director General, who is the Secretary of Cabinet, convenes the SCC Steerco that brings together all of the Directors General and responsible accounting officials in the administration. But then underneath that, from a governance point of view, we have a State Capture Commission, broader systemic focus, a technical task team. And that technical task team is the technical task team that I must convene and chair, and where we must monitor everything and then report into the Steerco. So we do hope that with better resourcing and as time passes and improvements are currently ongoing, the technical task team was fairly thin until quite recently. And quite recently, DG Baleni has issued the requirement of all agencies that are affected and have a hand in this to make nominations into that technical task team. And in fact, that technical task team met yesterday. That's the first thing that I think that comment, I hope, covers to some extent the repeated questions about, but how does the presidency coordinate everything? If it's center of government and has to make sure that things are coordinated, it's coordinated through that governance arrangement, but under resource constraints. The second thing, Mr. Chair and members of SCOPA, there were a number of questions that related to, but is the vetting up to scratch, for example, was the one area. The other area was, is consequence management up to scratch when transgressions have been committed? Are suspensions not perhaps in place for far too long? Now, the advice that I would give to the committee, or the response that I'd give to the committee, is that the committee is aware of the legislation that creates the head of the public administration. Now, a lot of this is the presidency would require the accounting officer of the agency or the provincial administration or the national department to implement corrective action and to process disciplinary action at the right pace. Now, in order for that to happen at a more optimal pace, it would be necessary for the professionalization of the public service and the role of the head of the public administration to be strengthened. In the 7th administration, it's one of our 6 key performance areas in the presidency to establish that hopper. So a lot of the things will hopefully be dealt through hopper. On a range of the questions that the committee's asked, my colleague Jonathan, as well as the SIU, is going to deal with them, including, for example, the blacklisting, what happens after the blacklisting happens. On the issue of how does the presidency, there was a question about, but are the departments taking the presidency's coordination role seriously? How do we get around, for example, making sure that the government departments do what they do? And even one of the questions was, what about National Treasury? National Treasury is very powerful, and in the recommendations that we are implementing has key roles, including on legislative changes and so on. Now, National Treasury are part and parcel of the governance structure. And in fact, things are not always just a walk in the park. Sometimes things are quite awkward and quite tense, and as professionals, we have to engage with each other interdepartmentally. So what is happening at the moment in the governance structure is we are reverting to a much more crisp, measurable performance system. We talked, for example, at yesterday's SEC TTT about setting up technical indicator descriptions. So it's agreed when an action that the public is waiting to occur, like the prosecutions, etc., is one of the outputs or legislative change, that we're very clear that we're not just going through the motions, but that there's a TID that measures when the goal has been scored. So that's how that's being governed at a national level. And then, Chairperson, if I can just go to some of the specific comments. So, for example, on Hopper, lifestyle audits is part of Hopper's job. It came up in the questions. Vetting, and by the way, Chairperson, vetting does happen. We don't deny that there's a backlog in vetting. Again, it's a resourcing, it's a vacancy, it's a backlog issue that we need to catch up. But senior officials are vetted. Is every single senior official in the job vetted in time before they are given access? Admittedly not. And we are aware of that, and we're busy addressing that. And the committee has raised the issue about acting officials. When it comes to the laissez-faire, well, I know the committee didn't use that word, but who's watching the NPA, and why does the NPA not prosecute more cases? So the head of the NPA and my colleagues from SIU will no doubt weighed in on this matter, but the head of the National Prosecuting Authority did occupy a platform 2 days ago where she placed herself on record that prosecutions will take place when it's a winnable case. And I think she was in the public media on that matter, and I presume that she will speak for herself when she comes to the committee. When it comes to the prosecution of disciplinary cases, because the one question that was asked was, are sanctions severe enough? And is the disbarment for 5 years enough? So we can have views on that. I would venture a view that the committee is correct that perhaps legislative change on the 5-year limit is not enough. When it comes to the sanctions being severe enough, what's on the report is just what has gone through so far. There are many more still to come, and of course we have a very strong rights culture in the Republic of South Africa and administrative justice, and we are oftentimes not happy with the outcome of disciplinary action when the presiding officer issues the final outcome. But things can certainly move a lot faster, even in our own department, when it comes to grievances and disciplinary matters and labor relations matters. I myself, as a senior public official, am not happy with the pace of those things, and I think the accounting officers need to get greater performance out of that. I've dealt with the risk raised by Member Skosana about departments potentially ignoring recommendations. We're mitigating that. And if yesterday's TTT is anything to go by, it's going to work out well, because we are able to hold departments accountable according to a plan approved by the Steerco with its TIDs. So I think while that may have been an element in the past, it's unlikely to remain with us for much longer. All right, and then to try to wrap or move towards closure, Jonathan Tim is going to deal with the central register questions, of which there are, as well as the old proclamations dating back to 2001, as well as the issue of availability to the private sector. These are all registry questions. And then I've commented on how we follow up with National Treasury and make sure that all the departments are doing what they're required to do. I've commented on the level of monitoring and how we've improved it and will continue to improve it. And we're in discussions with National Treasury at the moment about further resourcing. I think, Chairperson, those are all the matters I'd like to specifically respond to. If I may call on my colleagues, both from SIU and Mr. Tim, to add.
Thanks very much. So if I can start with the Central Register project. There was a question about whether it's up and running. It is up and running. It currently draws data from the Purcell database. I think there are, and I speak under correction, but I think there are in the region of around 12,000 records in the Central Register. It is available on the DPSA website. If you, it's publicly available. It's titled Central Register for Verification of Dismissals and Resignation of Pending Disciplinary Cases. It works, the design of it has gone for simple, as simple as possible. It's not creating duplicate systems. We're drawing off the existing payroll system records. What happens if you test it? What you have to have in order to interact with the Central Register is an ID number. You enter that ID number, it will indicate either that this ID number does not correspond with a record. If it does match, it will simply give you 3 data points. It'll give you that it is a match, that the date at which this dismissal took place, and the dismissing organ of state. So which department or agency dismissed it. It is then and the way it's intended to work, this will be put in regulations, but we've gone through quite a lot of kind of risk-based assessment of how this should work. Bearing in mind that dismissals and suspensions and disciplinary cases can be weaponized to silence whistleblowers. So there's a shadow side to this that needs to be borne in mind in designing it. The onus will then be to then reach out to that department and to get confirmation and to include that in the interview process, so that the person needs to account for the fact that their name does appear on the record. They could indicate that this is lapsed, or but they need to respond to it, and the interview panel must record this discussion. So that's the thinking and design, which will be regulated. The challenges in terms of that we're currently working on is the area of local government. You've got this very decentralized system of local government, but including administrative records. So each municipality is responsible for its own records. We have explored payroll systems. Most of the municipalities are using the services of a limited number of payroll service providers, but that does require permission from each council to get access to those records. So there's a lot of technical work that is being done to resolve this. In terms of the private sector, so yes, the private sector would be able to use this. It would be a resource, and they would need to use it as part of their vetting. It simply indicates whether there is a match between an ID number and the central registered database. We don't want to even go further than saying that, because, yeah, so in terms of the reports, the finalized, okay, let me start with how many proclamations are finalized, how many are active investigations. So with the proclamation, it really, investigations would really become dormant, final reports would be issued, but a proclamation would always remain open to the SIU to continue investigating under the terms of that. But there are 73 proclamations that are active, that for which the SIU has not issued its final report. It can always issue an additional report to that. So that would mean that 203 are currently dormant. In terms of the reports going back to 2001, all of those reports, that backlog has been dealt with in the following way. The reports have been issued to the responsible minister and head of department. The recommendations contained in those reports have been catalogued and and follow-up is done in the form of letters where responses are not received. And we are tracking against each of the recommendations contained. It is quite we are in a process of automating this, as mentioned. The first category of recommendations, which is we're focusing on the criminal, is expected to go live in March. And then we'll move to the other more complex recommendations. You'll understand that a disciplinary recommendation can go anywhere in the state system. So it's many, many users, whereas with the criminal, it's a single point of receipt, which is the NPA. There are complexities behind that in terms of referrals within the NPA and to the DPCI, but we will be able to progressively provide more and more of the assurance that the committee is seeking. It is a slow and often underappreciated task to build administrative systems. I think all of the challenges around state capacity come to bear in trying to solve the problem. So it's a compounding problem. Yeah, I think, did I cover, I think, so, okay, so, and then in terms of the restricted suppliers, there was a request to clarify what was meant on the slide. I think Honorable Esak was wanting a clarification on what was meant there. So I think it's just in terms of terminology, the slide talks about a number of recommendations to blacklist. What that slide is talking to is an analysis that we did in terms of taking the list of companies and directors recommended for blacklisting and then comparing on the list that Treasury has, the final, so it's the beginning, a referral, what has happened. Those are, so there may have been, as the other member mentioned, there is, eThekwini has its own list, Eskom has its own list. There's a number of points of accountability, but it's the stitching together of all of these into a comprehensive, overarching system of systems is often where the challenge comes in. So a project like the Central Register is trying to build a system of systems. This tracking of recommendations emanating from the SIU is another system of systems. NPA has its own system, DPCI, Department of X, Y, and Z have their own systems. The stitching together is the work that needs to be done to really build that kind of resilience. So what we've presented is a system failure. If you take the investigation done from SIU's perspective to identify wrongdoing, to issue a recommendation to an accounting officer, let's say, for example, the municipal manager or the mayor of a municipality, to say, blacklist this company. The responsibility sits with that accounting officer to do that. They then must make their own determinations. They must follow the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act. They must reach out to the implicated supplier. They must ask them for reasons why they should not be restricted. And then they must make a determination. They then recommend to National Treasury to add this to this register in terms of the Treasury Instruction Note of 2016-17. To say, add this to the register so everyone can restrict this. That's what we're saying, that these have not flowed through. We have taken this sample of data and tracked it in great detail, going to any, we asked ourselves, which are the organs of state which have high numbers? Let's go and engage together with the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer and understand what processes are unfolding in that particular department or public enterprise, and understand, okay, this is the reason why it's not happening. In some instances, it's because perhaps it's intentional neglect. In other instances, it's administrative systems. There are many number of reasons. So it's this painstaking fault tracing. If you think about it as an auto electrician, your lights aren't coming on, and that what keeps the fuse keeps blowing. You have to trace and find the fault, and it's not going to be the same fault in each one. So that's the kind of systems approach that we're taking. It's painstaking, but we will have we are making headway. So hopefully. Okay, and then in terms of the criminal referrals, so I don't have the context to. Yeah, there was a question regarding the criminal referrals, but I'm going to struggle to just find the context thereof. Yeah, I think just maybe on the point, the point made around the tender defaulters list and whether judges are aware that they can issue this order. Those are the kinds of very nitty-gritty, the devil in the detail kind of elements on whether we're going to win this fight. So one could, the hypothesis is that they are not. The action would be to engage through the Office of the Chief Justice a communication exercise, an awareness-raising exercise. So, absolutely. Thank you, Chair. I'm sure there's much more to cover.
Yeah. So, and maybe I think there was a question about whether the system you're building is going to isolate directors. Basically identify both the entities and identify the directors in the event that they pop up under a new name somewhere else.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I admitted to. No, the current system does identify companies and directors. So companies and directors are identified through the SIU's processes. The recommendations relate to both companies and directors. The register of tender defaulters, the 199, if you go through that list, you will see it's both companies and individuals. There's also been a recent, I think, important development in terms of the Second Companies Amendment Act, this is the Companies Amendment Act under the various reforms that the FATF process looked at, which is creating the register of beneficial ownership with CIPC. That's another really important tool that needs to be used to understand so you've got companies, you've got directors, but then you've got beneficial ownership, which might not be on the actual list, but there's a requirement now that for all companies, you have to declare who the beneficial owner is. Again, the devil's in the detail. You know, dealing with corruption, it's not something that people volunteer information. It's always it's corruption. So.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and honourable members. As always, we appreciate the opportunity to come and present to the committee. I'd like to start off, Chair, just clarifying on the issue around how we currently deal with systemic recommendations that we send to the state institutions and at all levels, municipal, provincial, national. On the blocks that were indicated in the presentation, there's civil recoveries, there's NPA referrals, disciplinary referrals, and referrals to other regulatory authorities and systemic recommendations. There's a view on, follow through on the others. The systemic recommendations, how we're dealing with them at the moment, is that in our business value chain, there is a section in SIU that deals with follow-up. And we created that a while back, knowing that our work would not be complete, so that our investigations really do not achieve the impact. The unit from a strategy perspective was to follow through. And we are happy that since then, the SCOPA really assisted, and this is where we are with the mechanism in the presidency. Now, on the systemic recommendations, we do send them to the state institutions, and we would meet with them one by one, and there's instances where we can demonstrate. Some of the municipalities, some of the state-owned entities, and so on, where we have sat down with them, went through all the systemic recommendations, and they come up with what's called a program of action, which they would then incorporate either in their planning, in their APP, to fix or put in place the control, improve their control environment, and so on. We'll probably have to look that into the work that Mr. Tim is coordinating, so that from a presidency perspective is also surfaced, and then the monitoring mechanism can include that as well. So what we do is, and this probably responds to some of your questions, Chair, that section that we put up ultimately was really to prepare the work that would input into the prevention work of government or the country in the prevention against corruption. We have started to work on data analytics. We've taken various investigations. We've analyzed the data from PPE investigations. We've come up with the trends. There's a modeling that we've done to then determine the exposures. Those reports, have sort of been finalized at the moment. They're really being quality assured. We've done data analytics in the infrastructure build, and we've come up with trends, exposures, and so on. The modeling that we do in the main is really predictive in nature, and we've got qualified young modelers in the organization that are doing that. So that part is really going to contribute to what's now. If the report is on the PPE investigation, we would sit down first and foremost with the National Health Department, provincial health departments, and you probably are aware that we also have the Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum, that we sit down with them and say, this is where the exposures are. National departments, provincial departments, this is what you do to plug the exposures that we have determined. Then on an ongoing basis, then we require a monitoring mechanism to monitor whether they are closing those gaps or not. I think that's the part that really requires, strengthening going forward. That team has now straddling with the work of what was the anti-corruption task team before. We have now even set off on developing a national corruption risk and prevention framework. We're almost at the final draft, and that adds on or supports the implementation of the national anti-corruption strategy. So that corruption risk and prevention framework will really enable the implementation of the national anti-corruption strategy, and that draft, of course, will be shared, with everyone in the ACTT and, of course, with the presidency and so on. And then we'll really take it forward. We believe that that's going to go a long way, and that prevention framework has got various elements in it, some of whom have been mentioned as would be sort of championed by the Hopper and so on. But we require a framework, of how is it that we drive prevention. And the presentation mentioned the work of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, which I believe will take this also forward, in a bigger reform, approach. So that's what we're doing at the moment. Work is being done. Of course, it can sort of be blown, widely going forward. So that's what we're doing at the moment with systemic recommendation. The issue around blacklisting of companies and directors, I'm glad my colleague, Mr. Tim, has responded to that. We do, as we investigate in evidence pointing to companies, it also points to directors. Because we've observed it a while back, that of course that was a risk, that you would blacklist the company and the directors would mutate. They would come up in another entity, you know, and that was defeating the purpose. But we are glad now that we are here, that they are also identified to be blacklisted. In fact, we also, you know, do work hand in hand with the CIPC to ensure that all of these, you know, elements really working together to ensure that we systemically or systematically approach the systemic weaknesses in corruption. Proclamations issues, I think that the process of issuing a proclamation, DM has responded to that. I think just as an addition, we've reported it at SCOPA before, that in the quest of really seeking to have some timelines, you know, within this process, we have entered into a MOU with the DOJ, which is the Department of Justice, and the Presidency, and that was, I think, in 2017. Perhaps it's time to sort of review that MOU. But that MOU will not replace the fact that the Minister of Justice and the President have to apply their minds. We can have an indicative time frame, but in some instances, it takes a while for the Minister to apply his or her mind, in which case some proclamations would go beyond the indicative timeline. From the time the recommendations, when are the companies doing business? Oh, from the time of recommending them to be blacklisted, I think the question was what happens in between, you know, and that is why then the process of blacklisting has to be speeded up. So this is from a civil litigation perspective. This is what happens. If we identify that a company has acquired a tender irregularly, and they played an active role in those irregularities, or even corruptly, we then, of course, issue findings. We inform the department. We also go further and say the department really has to stop payment, or really stop the contract, so to speak. And we know that of that legal principle, that the contract is valid until it's set aside by a court of law. But this is the basis on which we approach the department to stop payment. We say, we have identified irregularities in this contract, and this is the process to go to special tribunal or to the High Court. But these days we go to the special tribunal, since the President proclaimed it in 2019. So on that basis is the basis on which we then say, you know, suspend or don't pay, and so on. And when we have done that, and we've had challenges, they've gone to court, we've come out favorably. So in the process, then we would then expect that because taking it to the special tribunal to cancel the contract would also invariably mean that we have made recommendations for blacklisting. So we would expect that blacklisting part to also be speeded up, so that, you know, the company does not continue to do business. They may stop the contract in a particular department, but the point that the Honorable Madlala is making, it may be making business elsewhere. So we do then notify the National Treasury and so on, at least to sort of, you know, red flag, so to speak, red flag it, right? And then the process needs to be speeded up. Indeed, because the blacklisting is an administrative process, administrative law would require that, they must be given an opportunity to respond, they must be notified, they must respond, why is it that you shouldn't be blacklisted, and, all those rules of national justice. And then ultimately, a decision is taken to blacklist, and then they are blacklisted in the state institutions database and the National Treasury's database. But I think that the call here is that that process needs to be speeded up. Are we dealing with state capture? I think that part has been responded to. But of course, the COO mentioned that there's a steering committee that's in place at the moment. That steering committee, the State Capture Committee and the steering committees are charged with the responsibility to really analyze what is it that came out of the state capture report, and what is it that this government should do to plug what came out of the state capture report. Amongst others, you'd recall, and then we've reported here, that the State Capture Commission was saying the president should put in place a commission to investigate in PRASA, right? And the decision was taken that let SIU, Hawks, and so on complete their investigation, and hence there's a new proclamation to really go and dive deep and analyze what is it that went wrong. And of course, that would probably serve as a model framework of irregularities that can be fixed in state-owned entities. So we will look at that. Some of the departments ignoring recommendations, Honorable Skosana, I think that has been responded to. As part of this monitoring mechanism, the expectation is that the accounting officers, ultimately, if there is a deliberate evidence or deliberate indication that they are deliberately ignoring, or they're ignoring, because ignorance can actually only be deliberate. If there is indication that they are ignoring then we expect that action should be taken against those accounting officers or accounting authorities, as the case may be. The head of the department, as indicated in that slide, it is indeed the head of the department, Honorable Skosana. It's not the provincial DGs. So as we investigate, of course, evidence would indicate the level of accountability in terms of who was responsible in the wrongdoing. Evidence indicates if it's the SCM level, senior management level, accounting officer, including the executive authority. In various instances, we've pointed even to executive authorities, and action has been taken against the executive authorities. So in this case, in various departments, is the head of the departments. How many has been convicted? I think there's still really a definitive answer really that really needs to be given, and COO indicates that as we come here next week, a definitive response would be given here on how many matters have been Koshanduka proclamation. Right. In the ESCOM investigation, we've investigated based on various proclamations, and we have made findings pointing to various companies and individuals. So, and then the investigations are ongoing. And in fact, my colleague, the Chief Operating Officer, can comment if need be. The investigations are still ongoing at ESCOM. And we have returned findings pointing to several individuals, several companies, several executives in the ESCOM in previous, should I say, previous administrations, you know, including if we find any evidence currently. So we have not really pulled back where the evidence points to anyone. So if evidence points to any company that would have been involved in wrongdoing, we will return the finding against that company. Relating to SAA, yes, there's investigations that we did, but of course, Chair, as you indicated earlier on, the proclamations are focused on specific areas that we needed to investigate. We investigated at SAA at various, procurement areas in SAA technical and so on, and we've returned again findings pointing to various executives, including some, board members. So, in terms of the finances of SAA, we really didn't delve into that and how SAA was valued. I think that has been a subject of discussion in other parliamentary committees, and we are informed that that committee was really on the verge of referring the deal, the Takatso deal, to SIU. We haven't received any referral as yet. So that's probably in the context in which, we can really delve deep in finding out the valuation that was done and so on. But at the moment, we're not investigating that part. Are the sanctions sufficient? Do they fit the offense? I really just made a comment here. Do they fit the offense? I think that part has been responded to. But here's the issue. I think the COO touched on that. When we send matters for disciplinary hearing, recommending disciplinary hearing, the state institutions constitute disciplinary hearings, and they've got the chairpersons and so on. And the chairpersons invariably ultimately listen to the evidence, and our investigators are sent to become witnesses in those hearings, so as they become witnesses in civil litigation and in criminal. And at the end is the chair of the disciplinary hearing that returns the sanction. But of course, we know that the strength of the evidence in many instances informs the outcome of the hearing. So to a large extent, and we have experienced in various state institutions where we are unhappy with the outcomes of the sanctions, Honorable Chair. Now the legal question becomes, what do we do? Do we review the outcomes of the sanctions, or how is it that we take it up with state institutions? I think that is still a question that our legals are, we're still really mulling around with that. But that is the nature of the situation. A disciplinary hearing chaired invariably by an independent chair returns the finding. But it's an area really that requires some attention. Because in many instances, I mean, the final written warnings and all, if you compare to the, magnitude, the magnitude of what happened, in many instances, the sanction really would not fit the offense, as I put it. But as I say, it's an area that we're looking at on how is it that we can respond to that. I think the issue around the central register has been responded to. The COVID-19 outcomes, yes, We've done intensive investigations, and the investigation are finalized. I think I responded to the question previously. The investigations in COVID-19 are finalized. But of course, as we speak today, there are some consequence management processes that are still going on, whether it's in the criminal space, in the civil space, also in the disciplinary process space. So we'll probably continue to collate the consequences coming out of the COVID-19 investigations, and of course other investigations as well. Honorable Atkinson, what has been done with reports since 2001? I think my colleague, Mr. Tim, responded to that. In fact, we were really pleased when the President took the decision in 2018 to release the reports to state institutions, right? Not to the public, perhaps not as yet, but released to the state institutions affected. And the minister and the accounting officer or accounting authority, as the case may be. And the covering letter was really clear that no, the President requires feedback on what has been done with the recommendations. But I think the point that we always make as we present is that these outcomes that we reach, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the outcomes, for example, to institute civil litigation to cancel a contract. If we come across evidence pointing to criminal action, referring it to NPA. Referrals for disciplinary actions if we come across evidence pointing to an official who has been involved in the irregularities. Those outcomes are referred as soon as we pick up that, we gather that evidence. They do not wait until we release the report to the President. Simply because it's very important that we take action as and when the evidence presents itself. When we conclude the investigation and we put together the report, of course the referrals are also copied to the Office of the President so that the Presidency is aware. But as we conclude and finalize the report, we then articulate when the outcomes have been reached, when the referrals have been made, date on which they were been made, and so on. And this tracking mechanism should then take that into account on when exactly were they referred, so that we track the speed at which they are attended to. Do we go after monies that officials or that have been stolen? Yes, we do. And that's the part that really is our niche. We've got, as I say, end-to-end control on civil litigation. Civil litigation is really the part that we deal with from end to end. We find that there's a need to cancel a contract, we start the process, we see it through to court, cancel the contract, and recover. Now, these officials that resign in the face of wrongdoing or investigation, the brief to the legal teams is that if evidence points to these officials as having contributed to the losses of the state, we should cite them as respondents. We should not hesitate citing them as respondents so that we also recover from them. And hence, when they resign and there's evidence pointing to them, we go to court and freeze their pensions. The freezing of the pensions is on the basis that there's evidence pointing to them having contributed to the losses. And once they are cited as respondents and there's rulings to recover from them, we also have recourse to their pensions. The 5 years barring, I think that has been responded to. The legislation could be looked at there in terms of really making it, call it harsher, and really we'll be pleased to see that. We are pleased that the website is available. The private sector can also look at that, and really pleased that that phenomenon of resigning from one institution, rocking up from another one, that phenomenon will be mitigated. We're really happy about that. Who's looking at the NPA? I think that has been responded to. Accounting officers failing to implement recommendations, really that has been referred to. I'm just, Chair, looking at what is it that from SIU side we needed to respond to. waiting for feedback on more than 50% of the state institutions. I think this mechanism has to track why the other 50% is still delaying and really hold them to account. On the Alexco, Alexco, I would like my colleague to comment. We do have a proclamation investigating in Alexco. The chief operating officer under whom the investigations are conducted has got the latest. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member, and Honorable DM. In terms of Alexco investigation, I can safely indicate that the investigation is completed, and currently we are going through the quality review of the report. And in terms of the outcome, we have referred criminal referrals to NPA, and in terms of the disciplinary referrals, we couldn't find any of the official. They left Alexco, and they are not in any government sphere where we could refer disciplinary against them. Then in terms of civil litigation, we're currently engaging our civil litigation unit in a process of the recovery. So that process is still ongoing. And we can also indicate that during the investigation, we discover certain information where we have now applied for the amendment of the proclamation so that we can cover the other aspect in terms of our investigation. That is it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lekgetho. And that's now really overlaps well with the questions from the chair around wider proclamations. The point that Mr. Lekgetho makes now. And invariably, we find that in most of the state institutions, that when the proclamations is issued, we then go in, we find that there's areas, that needs to be investigated, and we then have to go back and amend the proclamation for the president to sign the amendment. But the issue around the consideration of the wider proclamations would really help going forward. I think in this wider fight against corruption based on systemic investigation, and I really think that would be very much welcome, so that we can contribute in that space. We have said it before, and we really support and appreciate the committee's support around the issue of the funding model. As we speak today, the debt stands at, I think, just above 1 billion, and it's debt from various state institutions. I think at the last appearance, the committee asked for a list, which either is in the process of being sent or it has been sent. But you'll see on those lists really that the main debtors really are from the municipalities. There's various state institutions that are owing, but municipalities really are mainly the ones that are in the big numbers. Chair, I think that's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, I wanted to add something.
No. I think there are two. There's just one issue I left, and the other one, well, I wanted to amplify. Chair, there's a notion of a patch. It's inconceivable. It's unimaginable. It's impossible, because the process does not commence with the president and does not end with the president. SIU unearthed allegations, refers the matter to COJ. COJ refers the matter to the president issues a proclamation. SIU investigates, independent of the president, makes its findings, refer these matters only on their own to NPA for consideration for prosecution. The president doesn't enter. So it's impossible that the notion of a purge really exists, unless the purge is meted out by SIU, which I also find quite unimaginable, because the allegations and the investigations must be able to withstand the test and the master of scrutiny. So I don't think that's impossible. We agree that the cost of suspended public officials can run to millions of rands, and that is why the DPSA is introducing reforms. You would know that Labor Relations Act enjoins that suspension without pay must be a sanction of a disciplinary process. So DPSA is looking at making or ensuring that these officials who are suspended still have a role to play, including transferring them to other departments. So those reforms are currently in place because we agree that they are protracted disciplinary processes and that they have huge implications on the fiscus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. So I'm also looking at the time. The afternoon sitting ends at 9 p.m. Today. So these same members must keep going for another 8 hours today. But I am going to ask of the presidency some very specific things. And that is where, because it will be a wide-ranging report and discussion, and that is when we must have the minister, because it cuts across. So as you will hear now, it will not be narrow to SIU investigations. It will cut across various issues, and I will outline some of them as indicators of the kind of information you need to provide. Let me give a sense of the timeline. So what we're doing at the moment is, in some instances, we even take briefings, whether from the SIU or the Auditor General in particular, even for years past, especially in the case of municipalities. As you know, the audit outcomes we have are for 2022-2023. We don't have 23-24 yet, right? But we take those anyway. And what the committee has done since the beginning of the 7th Parliament, all the way to the end of the year, is to get sufficient information for us to have a really useful strategy session next year. So as you know, the calendar is that we will reopen next year. There will be a State of the Nation address. And so now I must just say, I think it's only after budget, when we've seen the APPs and the budget votes and so on, then SCOPA gets together to come up with a strategy for the rest of the 7th Parliament, so that we are quite focused on certain areas that need our attention, because the estate is big, so we can't pay attention to everything. The presidency becomes really important in that process, because we need to get to a point where there is, as far as possible, a single point of accountability for various reasons. One, there might be direct reporting line from the president straight on to ministers and so on, because they're all appointed by the president at his or her discretion, right? So there are those issues. There are issues pertaining to SOCs and so on, as your state-owned companies and so on. But there'll also be issues pertaining to, and I will set out some of them so that you get an idea, and I will frame more granularly the kind of information that I think the committee should get next year. So we're going to give you sufficient time to do that. But there are the 3 spheres of government, and whether the cooperative governance system produces the outcomes that we're looking for, and what can be done about it. So it's a conversation where it will be less about the specific cases and more about how we see our mandate as follows, which is to eliminate fiscal loss. That's SCOPA's job. Make sure the state doesn't lose money, period. The question is, how do we get there? And I believe that if we work on an accountability system or template together, we will get there. So I'd like to ask you to please come back to the committee with the following, and the members will also get a chance to, before we formalize a letter, to make additional comments. So the reason I said we need to look at the previous reports, there are some patterns which are hidden in plain sight. And I will ask you to get someone or a small group of people to go in again and have a look. The first is is the extent to which, the first one is the extent to which the following is true. One, where there is, between the three spheres, municipal, provincial, and national government. The sense I get from having perused the reports in general, there appears to be a problem between the provincial and local government authorities in as far as oversight of municipalities at that level is concerned. In other words, the MECs for local government do not do their job effectively of overseeing municipalities. If they were, I think municipalities would not get the kind of audit outcomes that they're looking at. So that is the one area I'd like you to opine on, with the benefit of the history, not just from SIU investigations, Auditor General's reports, as well as your DPME data that you may have. So that is the first area. The second area is whether the audit committees in various entities work at all. The Auditor General always begins at 60% material misstatements or 50% or whatever. And in some instances, they get somewhere where the financials, they can work with the financials. This appears to suggest that to the extent that there are audit committees and the internal audit function in municipalities and in many of these entities with problems, they are suboptimal or they just don't quite understand their mandate. So please provide us with insights on that, because we need to get to a solution. So that's the second area. The third area is the convenient use or misuse of the disciplinary system to remove people who refuse to do things which are wrong, which is also where the lengthy suspensions tend to occur, because they have no case against this person. They just want to keep them out of the system. Please opine on that. Work with the Department of Public Service and Administration and whichever authority, and provide us with insights into that area. That's the third. The fourth is related to this, the extent to which officials in an acting capacity later facilitate wrongdoing or a collapse in finances and that sort of thing, because that is the pattern. The person who was an obstacle is gone. The acting person is hoping to be appointed later, or there is a general capture of the institution anyway, and they're acting perpetually. And you end up with problems. So that would be the fourth area that I think you need to provide insight for us on. The fifth, please give us a sense of what the presidency's approach is to specific agencies that are really critical for the economy and the delivery of basic services. There are some in this theme. The water boards, I don't need to tell you how problematic they are. So we need, again, please opine on the state of water boards, their ability to deliver water boards and district municipalities, please, because in some instances, it's district municipalities that have to do the work of providing bulk water and related services. So please do that. And the last one that I'd like to ask that you provide insight into is the extent to which the process of hiring people, in particular at local government, is a fundamental problem. Is one of the fundamental problems we have in the system. In other words, you have the system being broken from beginning to end. The people who, so let me put it to you this way, and this might be born out of ignorance for me. It sometimes, from the reports we get, feels that there is insufficient regulation of what kind of structure a municipality could have as a management and governance structure. And so special vehicles are created to facilitate work which later becomes corruption. OR Tambo is a classic case, and I don't expect you, please ask the SIU to tell you about it. That is where a unit was created to facilitate service delivery, and all it did was to facilitate corruption. Now you sit and you ask yourself, is there a regulation that controls this stuff? Can you create an agency or a structure willy-nilly and it appropriates funds and so on, and it's good fun all the way? So what I'm asking is that in those areas, please provide us with insights, because it gives us a more complete picture. That will assist us. And sorry, there's a last one. And Deputy Minister, please take note of this. And that is the extent to which, in your assessment, if it's been made, the public accounts committees at provincial and local government are effective or not. So I'm asking these questions in this way so that we don't have an operational conversation with ministers and so on. We deal with executive oversight, policy making, changing legislation if we must, resourcing, and so on, so that we may keep a dashboard as the committee that enables us to have a useful single point of accountability as we move on forward. So if you could please do that, and when we send you the notes in writing, it will include the inputs of the members, but we want to have twice a year at least a conversation with the presidency that looks at a range of issues systematically, such that you don't have to bring the SIU here and we just have the minister, or the minister and the deputy minister and the DG, for instance, to deal with these issues. Otherwise, I think the South African public will continue to get a sense that none of us are serious about corruption, and I mean all of us, including Parliament and the executive and so on. And where we need to is a set of targets that are sensible, that are robust enough for the elimination of these problems, such that people feel the fight against corruption is being won over time, and maladministration, obviously. So if I can ask members that we do the following, that we send, because we've got 5 minutes to break, that we please, in this vein, we send to the committee secretary by the end of this week. We will invite you back. First you make the submission, and then we have the conversation at the beginning of next year. It will not be in January, so it will be once Parliament is formally open. But one of the first conversations we want to have is with the presidents to go through this information so that it informs the work that the Parliament does for the rest of the term. So if you members can please forward that by this Friday, so that we can compose a comprehensive request of the presidency to provide that information first in writing and then come and discuss it with us here. We would have had the benefit of having met the NPA, the SIU, and the Hawks next week. Then we're going to take the audit outcomes presentation by the Auditor General on the 20th, and then I think we'll be in a good position to engage further. Thank you. Honorable Scosa.
Yeah, Chair, I understand that you say we must write, but what I've realized in terms of writing, exactly what happened yesterday. You know, we write, and then they change, we make oral question, we still don't get any joy. Now this issue of writing for me, this for the third time, and we don't get anything. But be that as it may, it's fine. Perhaps when they come back, we'll be able to have time to make follow-up questions.
when we and not have a general conversation.
Judge, I know that the minutes is, I know you are rushing for 1 o'clock, but I thought we'll make a follow-up because advocate responded, but on other issues, it did not responded well on the question which we asked. But next time
Can
we'll
you
ask.
can you just set them out so that they don't fall between the cracks? What those issues are for you?
Oh, let me just be quick. When I ask about the HODs and DGs, I wanted to make that to say, is the SIU saying to us, there's no DG who was involved in the PPEs? Because on that slide, it's zero. Zero. It's only HODs and CEO. But as far as I know, and which we will debate at a later stage because there's no time now. There were DGs which were involved. In particular, I wanted to raise the issue of SAPS, but that's a debate for another day. Thank you. Okay,
Let's not say it's a debate for another day. They must actually tell us when they come back. Yeah, please. Yeah, thanks. Deputy Minister, Advocate Motibi, and Chief Operating Officer, thank you very much. We need you back again, but we want the political heads and the accounting officer next. The public servants may go and do work at that time. Oh, sorry.
Just on a quick note, I too was not happy with the DM's answer regarding the question I was asking about investigating the president. So when we come back, I would like us to interrogate that one a bit more.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for being here.